can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes!
Hi, guys. Welcome to chess.com's coverage of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland 2022, the second stop on the Grand Chess Tour. So far, this event has been super exciting, and I'm here with Keti Tsatsalashvili to bring you the final portion of the Rapid event. We're going to see if Vishy Anand is going to be able to maintain his lead and take the tournament. But first, let's go over the format, Keti.
Yes, we do have two time controls here, Rapid tournament and the Blitz tournament. And in both tournaments, we have 10 players. They're playing round robin tournament. So all of them will face each other. In Rapid, we do have 2 points for a win, a 1 point for draw, and a 0 point for lose. It's a bit different than usual. In Blitz, we have 1 point for win, a half point for draw, and 0 point for lose. But we have time control difference in this format, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds in Rapid. And in Blitz, we have 5 plus 2, but we have 18 rounds in that time control arena. It's a lot of chess nowadays. Earlier we had classical chess. These players had quite a tense week, and you were commentating that event, Irina. That was amazing, right?
Yeah, definitely the finish of the classical tournament was a real treat, and we saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave unexpectedly come ahead of Levon Aronian and Wesley So on the final day, beating both of them in the tie breaks. And actually, some of the players from the tournament in Romania are here and some of them are not. I mean, it's actually about half of them have
Yeah,
made,
four of them are here.
yeah,
Yes.
made their way from Romania to Poland. So that's Report, Wesley So, Aronian, and Caruana, and the rest are new. So actually, Ketty, yeah, the point system is quite interesting in this tournament. I just learned just now, that they're giving like 2 points for the win in the rapid. So I guess the idea of that, guys, that to score it differently is to weigh the rapid portion a bit higher than the blitz. Is that right, Ketty?
Yes, that's right. They give a little bit more value to the rapid tournament, and also we have 9 rounds, and in Blitz we have 18 rounds, so they have more chances. There, yesterday we were talking with David that these points now is very important, but then we have also Blitz portion coming up from tomorrow, and we're gonna have 2 days, and so it's also very important to keep all the energy and all the high scores on the score sheet. So this is the today's pairings. Irina, is there any match that you are very much interested in?
Yeah, well, okay, we got the American matchup, Caruana. So I would say that's a big one. Caruana is white. I guess he is somewhere in the middle of the score table, not doing amazingly, actually. So I think, I mean, he should be motivated to try to improve his standing in the tournaments with the white pieces. I think the game I'm most interested in is definitely Gavrilescu versus Anand, because I want to see how Anand does in this tournament. I definitely am rooting for him. A few years ago he had the sensational result becoming world rapid champion, and I mean that was sensational already. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say shocking, right? I mean, he's a world champion many times in many formats, but still, when he was like 50 years old, becoming world rapid champion against all these young guys, was already a really great result. And to see him just dominating this tournament so far here with only giving up one draw in 6 games, yeah, it's hard not to root for him.
Yes, I remember that tournament that you just referred that was in 2008, and he won the Rapid Championship in tiebreakers convincingly, like 1.5 out of 2. He could easily got 2 points, but Yeah, he agreed on a draw. And the question was so funny from Norwegian TV that was asked to him right after he became the world rapid champion if he was going to beat Magnus Carlsen also in Blitz. Blitz portion, and he was just smiling on that. And he's also very pleasant chess person, and very often he appears on Chess.com to commentate some of the events. Irina, we do have here some a little bit not little bit, some contest that people can win some money. Could you tell us a bit
Oh
about
yeah,
that?
so let's remind you guys about the chance to vote on the results of the games. So you would go to chess.com/events, find the tournament, finds the game, and predicts the result. You have until the 10th move to vote, and there's prizes for the best guessers. There's a $600 prize pool for the top guessers at the end, and there's also a chance to win Diamond memberships. So I guess we don't have to guess the openings of the games, Ketty, because they are on the board. We have the bird's eye view. So let's just briefly describe what we're seeing. Levon Aronian sticking to this bishop c4 move against the Sicilian that he actually did in the playoff against Lagrave. I thought that was a one-time thing that he was doing, but he seems to be repeating that in this tournament again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have most of the games. Out of 5 games, we have e4 first move, and just 1 game in Duda and Shevchenko. We have d4 there, and the rest of them are just um, Sicilian e4 variation, and we do have this early bishop development in most of the games. Which game would you like to just jump
Let's
into
take a
and
look
analyze?
at reports versus Wojtaszek. So this was kind of an offbeat Sicilian. So even though we have all Sicilians on the board, none of them are open Sicilians. It's interesting that the players are going for anti-Sicilians. That's what we call lines where white does anything other than this d4 move. So we have reports bishop d3. Wow, no, I did not guess this, Ketty, that this is the way he got this. I mean, I thought, normally when the bishop lands on d3, well, I guess it's possible like this. It usually comes there after some kind of, at least white starts with c3 and they pretend like they're playing normal moves, right?
Yeah, and bishop d3 is also quite unpleasant for a player who decided to play Sicilian. You definitely want to have some open positions, some fight on the board. That's why you went for Sicilian, and then the opponent says like, okay, hold on, I'm just playing this bishop d3, and I have very simple plan here to play c3, bishop c2, and then d4 to fight in the center, get a slightly better advantage in the center, and what?
I know, right? So, I mean, we're expecting the bishop to go here, right? And then he's like, no, I'm going to move the same piece in the opening again. So, okay, guys, this is all really pretty unusual play by white. I got to tell you, as a Sicilian player my whole life for black, I mean, I have never seen the move 3 bishop d3. So I would be pretty surprised if my opponents trotted that out. And like I said, I mean, there is a version of this, of course, that is kind of more normal, and it starts with the move c3 and after knight f6. Yes, bishop d3 is one of the moves there to defend the pawn, but you're at least defending the pawn. Although,
okay,
yeah,
Irina, that's a bit surprising for me. I got a total shock here, even though I played this in all my life. I just guess the number of the games after bishop b5. How many games have been played after c3 and then bishop b5?
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I gotta tell you, Ketty, I know most things have already been played, right? Even if you've never seen them. So how many times has this been played? I don't know, 50 times?
386.
Wow. That's a lot. So none of this is a novelty, huh?
It's not. Wow,
Yeah.
that's surprising.
Bishop b5 check. Okay. So what is the point of this? So you move the bishop again in order to what? What is the idea? In order to protect it. I don't know. I find this like really strange overall play by white. I mean, I guess the idea is that if black takes on b5, you're going to take with the queen, and after queen d7, I assume you're just going back. I mean, I assume you're just going back to e2 and playing for d4.
Right.
And right now, yes, black is still thinking.
Yeah, it just transposes to bishop e5 and bishop d7 in that main line, and you just start with this fancy bishop d3, and very often you can confuse your opponent. Like myself, I would spend here at least like 2-3 minutes to understand what's going on, like why bishop e5. So maybe it was just a strategical choice here by Robert. And Wojtaszek, look at this time of Wojtaszek. He has 22 minutes. He lost some time on the clock, and Robert has not even thought for this.
Yep. So let's go on to our other game. Oh, Gavrilescu Anand. Let's check that out because it looks like they've had some action. Although unfortunately, this is probably not the most exciting from the point of view of black trying to win this game. Let's take a look at how they started. So this is started out kind of promisingly as a Scotch opening, and Anand goes knight f6. And we could have seen a sharp line here with white playing e5, but white decided not to go for the most theoretical line. He just went for the simple bishop d3, allowing black d5, takes. So of course, white is not playing for like any big advantage in these positions. Castle, cd, knight d5, and bishop e4. Okay. So black can go c6 here. Black can go bishop e6. Yeah. Looks like very comfortable choice for Anand. I mean, black's pawns are split up. I mean, I guess that's really the only thing that white can point to here that they've got. But on the other hand, they have a strong knight in the center on d5, and it makes it a little tricky for black, for white to develop their pieces. So I would say, yeah, it looks to me like, the younger player from Romania is just trying to choose something very solid against in form Vishy Anand. And
you cannot judge his decision, right? Because Anand is unstoppable.
Oh no, I can, Ketty. I can judge.
We can't judge because only player who managed to just hold a beat Anand was Duda, but the game was incredibly interesting and complex. And Anand was trying to even win that without exchange. So here we have c6 move. He's trying to just limit the bishop from e4 and hold the knight on d5. Is there a move like knight to c3 here for?
Yeah, there definitely is. Definitely is inviting even more trades. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, okay, Gavrilescu, I don't know. Do you know anything about this player? I guess he's a wild card from Romania.
Yeah, he's the last minute replacement of Lupulescu, who was supposed to play here. He is a young player, international master. He get this title in 2019. And ever since, he's trying to get his grandmaster norms, but because of pandemic, it seems like he has not played like 4 or 5 months classical chess. So we truly know a little bit about him, but here we have him, and this is kind of chance for him to play against the world.
Big chance. And why is that? Do you know why Lupulescu isn't here?
I don't know these details. I don't know.
Got it. Yeah, I remember because also seeing him on, I mean, he's a more well-known Romanian grandmaster. I remember seeing his name on the players roster, and yeah, he's not here. I would say, I mean, if I was white, and I know the one problem Gavrilescu is facing is that he has like half a point out of 6. So it is definitely tough to have lost so many games. And yes, from that point of view, I understand the decision to be more solid. On the other hand, if I was playing, multiple time world champion, I would, if it was possible for me with my opening repertoire, since he already played e4, I would try to play something a little more exciting against him.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's very good strategy. I would also try that too. In this position now, I just saw that there is one game in database with Queen C2, which is very interesting. With this move, you are hitting 2 pawns on h7 and on c6, and you might think like, oh no, I'm dropping one of these pawns, but then black has knight b4 move, which complicates the position a little bit because this queen has not the great spot. And then all white's pieces are just developing faster. And bishop d2 here we have, perhaps then he wants to play queen c2 and he's just avoiding knight b4 move, or he wants to play knight c3, and in case of capture he is ready to capture back this knight by the bishop to have open c file for the rook to hit c6 weakness.
Yeah, I mean, rook b8 here is an interesting move, right? Because some lines where white takes on c6, you might have like bishop b7, or you'll have like a rook b2 somewhere. So it's interesting. Black can also just play h6. I guess that's a very solid move, getting out of queen c2 ideas. Or you can play bishop e6 as well. Development is good. So black has a lot of choices here. We'll see what Anand does. For now, let's go to the game Duda versus Shevchenko. So we got the hometown boy, Jan Christoph Duda, really broke into the top echelons of the chess world. He's rated 2750. He's the winner of the World Cup. So sure, a lot is expected of him by the fans. And here we have a Slav defense. He's playing a young player from the Ukraine, Kirill Shevchenko. And what do we have? A6. So instead of black going for like the main lines with e6, knight h4, black is playing this kind of sideline with a6 that I'm not super familiar with. Of course, the ideas are in general to play b5.
Yeah, also the ideas can be just to prepare this d takes c4, bishop c4, and then b5 and c5 right away. So here, to avoid this plan, white very often goes to c5 here, but Duda has this different approach here. He tries to centralize the knight, and in case if d takes c happens, then bishop takes on c4 with one move and also attacks f7 pawn. So white is winning time with that.
Yeah, definitely interesting move, moving the knight for the second time in the opening. And I would say another idea that we can add to knight e5 is actually this aggressive move g4.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Yeah, because you got to be a little careful here. You might be like, oh, I can just develop with e6. And then suddenly g4 is going to happen and your bishop starts running into trouble. And this is a very, very common trick, guys, like with h4, and you really just want to trap that bishop. And if the h pawn moves, then you capture the bishop and compromise their pawn structure. So knight e5 has that bite to it. In fact, like he's really stopping the move e6. So therefore, Kirill Shevchenko tries to challenge the knight. Okay. And I guess on this move, well, unfortunately, g4 anyway, but there's an issue, I think, that I take, right? And then I take another pawn here. So
okay, this can get really complicated. How about d takes e5? And if you take the pawn on g4, then f3. And this pawn structure is just horrible there, but white is trying to... Oh, you are taking...
Yeah, we're taking with the knight. Yeah, you're right. Because if I take with the bishop, I'm probably going to be losing a piece, but I can take with the knight and get away with it.
Yeah.
But okay, this didn't happen. So queen b3, attacking b7, queen c7, takes. So there's a little bit of an issue with this pawn. Takes, and what? A knight takes. Okay, so this is not yet our current position. There we go. Bishop d2 makes sense. You want to go like rook c1, and black is quite behind in black is a bit behind in development. It feels like, maybe this, it's like the same, but it feels like, because white is going to be playing rook c1, getting that rook, and then black is behind. So he took the pawn, and I guess, oh wow, Duda is behind on the clock though, and that's interesting. And 10 minutes behind.
All this on the board. That's surprising. from him. Is this pawn on b7 hanging right now? Because after taking on b7, if rook b8, I might try to take another pawn on a6 and then to give the check by the bishop on b5 and then castle really quickly to
Yeah,
save the king, secure this king, and then start to attack black's king.
exactly. So that's why black will have to take with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rook is hanging. So I guess we go like rook c1. And what's going on? Fortunately, you're still not really threatening this. Pawns are even. And I guess I have time to try to play like, what do you want here actually? What does white want? White
wants a4 and bishop b5. I am really stubborn with this idea.
Yes, you're right. That's quite dangerous. E6 and a4. So yeah, that's a good idea, Ketsi. I like this a4.
There's rook
plan.
c8, I think.
Oh yeah, there's also an idea of winning this, or maybe giving a check. Yeah, making sure black can't castle. That's also a point. That's why e6 is a big mistake, and we should go e5 so that we can somehow block with the bishop on d7.
Right, and now maybe you can try a4.
Yeah, a4. And now, I suppose if you can get away with bishop b4, you can go bishop b4. I don't know what's going on bishop b5. King. Wow, like a king.
So complicated.
I guess king f8. I guess king f8, like to be safe. I was thinking like, can we go a little more aggressively? But probably just king f8.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, if white could like somehow castle here, that would be great. But unfortunately, they can't. And also, their rook is currently hanging. And if white takes on b4, queen takes b4, and again, white can't castle. So it's kind of like a big mess on the board. And that's why Duda is thinking, right? Because he's thinking about, should I take this pawn or not? And what are his options? His option is, there's a kind of, well, there is like, let's say rook c1, right? So let's say you just go for the c file. Now, the question is, can black develop, or at some point there's a problem with b7? Yeah, this is quite tricky, right? Because if you go e6, we could try all the same lines. But we saw that e6 was actually a bad move because it blocked the bishop d7 retreat.
Right.
So I think, I actually think, he is thinking, he knows this is an important moment. And I think that's clearly telling us like he's not going to be taking the pawn. He's looking for alternatives.
Yeah, he's looking something else, some improvement there for sure. And he's taking really a lot of time for this. One, is there any other move he's considering? There's this queen a4 check, but gives not too much because bishop d7 just covers this check. Bishop c3 is also their move to chase the queen. Oh, he went queen b7.
Oh, wow.
I really wanted to see rook c1 there, but queen b7 is also very interesting. Continuation here. Rook b8 seems to be here the move for black to chase the queen after queen b7.
Yeah, can I turn my mic down? Well, this would be very interesting, guys. I can attempt to do this. I noticed some of you asked me about that. Let me try turning it down a little bit. Tell me if this is better. I did turn down on the mic. Hopefully this will make it a little better for you. I can also do this a little bit. How's that, guys? Let me know. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I also increased it a little bit, so I hope it works.
Yeah, let me know, guys. And I mean, I am looking at the chat, so let me know if you need me to make any more adjustments. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So he took the pawn, Keddy. He took this pawn on b7. I thought he would be going for something else. No, he took it, and he took on a6. And we're going to see this line after queen b2. I think rook c1. I know there's some rook d1 move there, but like I have a hard time imagining like a human will put the rook on d1 instead of c1, which looks so much more natural. So let's see if I can at least guess this one, because I mean, it's interesting because the computer does mention rook d1 as well.
Really?
Yeah, it does. And um, it feels like a very strange move to make when there's like this whole open file, but they're about equivalent. So I would just say rook c1 seems like, the kind of move a human being makes. Um, but
Ah,
we'll,
you
yeah.
know what? Why
Mm.
rook d1? Because in these lines, after rook c1, bishop d2 was hanging, right? So we had difficulties to
Yes.
castle. So after rook d1, white just ignores everything, develops the bishop, and then castles. And black has this problem to castle. And even black castles in that position. White has this a pawn, which is so dangerous. Like it looks now that's not nothing, just a pawn there. But when this pawn starts to push a4, a5, these well guarded squares for this pawn. A6 is also guarded by the light square bishop. So when the pawn gets on a6, it's gonna be as strong as the extra piece for white for sure. So
Yeah, that's a really good
perhaps
point, Ketty. So rook d1 kind of deals with some of these bishop b4 ideas, right? So it has a prophylactic point to it. It looks less active, but it's more prophylactic. Okay, we're going to see what he decides. Meanwhile, I see that the game Caruana versus So has just developed in a very interesting way. I mean, I saw the pawn on g4 and I was like, we got to go to see this
I
game.
always like to see that.
Yeah, let's quickly get to the position. So it's a Rai Lopez, Caruana offering a Berlin endgame. I'm sorry, Wesley So offering a Berlin endgame. Caruana saying no thanks. He doesn't want to castle, allow that pawn to get captured and play all these endgame lines after d4. So he just protected it. Bishop c5 is the main move. All right. So all of this looks pretty standard. Okay, still looks very standard. Knight went over to g6. Okay. I mean, at some point, white will probably like to close up that bishop with d4. Let's see if that happened. Not yet. Maybe a little later. Maybe now. There we go. Yeah, it feels nice to block that bishop, at least restrict him a little bit. A4, I mean, okay, I can't say this. This is obviously not like a forced move. What is the point of it? Hard to say, Ketty. I mean, it
Yeah,
has some general points. Yeah.
just to have some space advantage. And in some variations, after e takes d4, c takes d4, rook comes on a3, and rook gets on this third rank. We have seen some of those games when rook lifted in that way. And general thing is just to get more space advantage on the queen side. So I like this move.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I guess maybe he's trying to stop b5 or something. It's possible, right? Okay, so he does that. Wesley's doing stuff on the other side of the board. Now we see the typical maneuver of the knight, and Wesley goes d5 in the center. Okay, so that's a big move, right? Like really fighting back for the center. Oh wow.
E4.
Ooh, so he might have even missed this. I wonder, because you know what? This is a really easy intermediate move to miss, right? Because now there's no trades. Black seizes some space. I have a feeling like he blundered this intermediate move. He might probably had other choices of how he wanted to capture. Like, there were other moves that probably not giving white an advantage, but he didn't have to allow this. So let's see what happened. Then he went there. Okay, so queen is gonna take. Now where is this poor knight gonna go? Okay, to d2. And bishop f5. Okay, yeah. No.
This knight can go on c4 and e3. Just and all these moves comes with this tempi, right? Knight c4 attacks the queen, knight e3 attacks the bishop. But then Caruana decided not to go for that yet and went for g4. Is this move wins the pawn on e4?
Okay, well, it seems quite risky. Yeah, he's trying to win the pawn. Although I would say even if he won the pawn with this open king, it still looks pretty risky. So there's some kind of move here, e3. And let's try to understand what this is.
This pawn is too annoying here.
Yeah. Well, I see one point, right? That like, okay, if the knight takes, you want to get your queen in. That makes sense. What else is possible here for white? So if the pawn takes, Okay, what are we gonna do if pawn takes, actually?
If
Where's the
pawn
infiltration?
takes.
I mean, there's a lot of compensation. I mean, I have to say, like, even this line, like, looks like, look at that.
H5
Like,
here?
yeah, that move looks kind of
Knight
annoying.
F4.
How do you even hold this pawn?
Oh wow.
I mean, you have a hard time, right? Like, I mean, I have to tell you, like, the impression of these pieces, no coordination of the rooks, the bishop, like, still buried, all the pawns in dark squares, the king being open. I mean, yeah, Caruana's position does not look very good, you know? And you obviously, I don't know, I'm not even going to look at this move to defend the pawn because, yeah, stepping into a discovery is not going to work out well, right? Because there we go.
No,
It's
knight
pretty
e3.
easy to refute.
Just
So
to take this rook there. Maybe knight after e3, rook takes e3 is the move, just to get rid of this pin at least.
yeah, so another point, yeah, also, well, we have to also consider there's a bishop that can be captured, right? So there's also that, and then there's also the rook e3. So okay, let's look at rook e3, right? It seems quite solid, right? And now we take, and what do we do here?
You can do the same knight f4. That's so annoying because basically king h2 is impossible, and next you tried rook e3, and all this goes to the variation that we had before.
Yeah, this is a problem. Also, interestingly, I see, Ketty, the computer likes to put this knight over here with this idea of mate on the light squares.
No.
Evil.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Oh no, I think Fabi's gonna get crushed, honestly, in this game. I think Black will find e3. I don't know, like, he's thinking, you know, Wesley's a very good rapid player. So
oh yeah, he can definitely.
he can find this move e3. And the thing is, like, you also have to understand this is not even his only move. This is just probably his best move. But I mean, there's going to be a lot of compensation even if he just moves back the bishop.
Yeah, the thing is that now this bishop is under attack, and you're obviously losing this pawn if you are moving the bishop away. So you can always just give this pawn away on your terms, and e3 creates so much danger to white, and white has to spend some time. And after all, this is rapid competition, right? So every second here matters, and after e3, white has to just find the best.
So I'm curious, Ketty, why can't we just take? I mean, how is this not a free piece? There must be something.
It takes f2, king takes f2, queen f4.
Yeah, but then they go knight f3, and it's not so dangerous, right? That's when they do a little discovery. So this is looking interesting.
Wait, we like knight h4 and queen d5 earlier, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's actually, I mean, that's interesting, right? Knight h4. Huh. Knight h4. Yeah, I mean, taking the thing is taking the knight, I guess you can get like a piece back.
Oh no, he did not went for this.
No, he didn't. Oh well. Oh well.
Oh.
Yeah. Hello to Agent 77. We are following the Twitch chat, guys, so feel free to talk to us there. Yeah, knight h4. No, you know, in fact, yeah, it's like we should probably take this piece and then play knight h4. And we're only down one pawn here. I mean, threats of taking this, threats of queen d5. So lots of play, but he didn't do that. So he went for a bishop d7. Which is also fine. So he's letting Fabi take the pawn. And we said there was a lot of compensation in this position too. I mean, yeah, sure, white's king is open for just one pawn, right? It's not a big sacrifice. And I think just knight h4 here, the knight really loves that square, and there's going to be lots of ideas.
He went for it, knight h4.
There we go, knight h4. And I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like, okay, f5 is a major idea, you know, break open that king a little more. What else is an idea?
I was thinking of moves like why bishop d7, right? He let this rook to be open first of all. He can try to rook lift here, rook e6, rook e8, rook
Mhm.
f6 can be possible. And at some point, I'm thinking maybe he wants to push c5 and get this bishop on long diagonal, bishop c6, queen d5 five will create so much danger on the light squares on the king side. So
Yeah.
plenty of ideas
Lots
here
of
for
ideas.
Black.
And yeah, definitely this one is like in a way like the most obvious, right? Just
Mhm.
I mean, opening up that king further. Yeah, things look pretty bad here. For white, and he didn't even have to go for that fancy e3 move. So yeah, Fabi, I think he missed the intermediate move e4, and since then he has been on the defensive. All right, let's take a look at something else that looks interesting here. Oh, let's go back for a second to Duda versus
Yes,
Shevchenko.
that's what I wanted to suggest because Duda
Yeah.
went something really fancy in this game.
So he went for rook c1, bishop
Bishop
d7.
d7.
Okay,
Yes.
that's a very safe move, I think, from Shevchenko, just covering against this a4 bishop b5 idea. And he probably just wants to go, e6 and bishop b4 next. So white developed, e6 happened, and now he can't castle because this bishop is hanging.
That's when you need the rook on d1.
Yes, yes.
That's when you need
That's
this
why you
rook
need to
to
be a computer, Ketty, right?
Yes, yes. So he has to play king to e2 now. The question is the king here safe? Because, for instance, after rook bishop b4, which looks quite tempting here for black to play.
Yeah, you
There's
kind of
rook
have to do
c2.
something because white's threatening to win the game right now. And
Mhm.
by the way, I mean, white, of course, could not play rook b1 on the previous move because black was going to be giving away the queen for the rook and bishop and for the other rook, and that was going to be a lot of material. So after king e2, he is threatening rook b1, and black will need to go bishop b4 most likely. I mean, I suppose he can actually look at like moves like queen a3, which don't look terrible either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking queen e5 if he just doesn't want to trade the queens. That's also a possibility. After
Probably
bishop
something like
b4,
that, right?
rook c2 has to be played.
Now queen
And
a3 is interesting. Queen e5. Queen e5 protects the rook. I guess that has a tactical point that on rook b1, the rook is protected.
right. Yeah, and most like f4 here like looks quite tempting to chase this queen, and there are not much of the squares for the queen on this diagonal, but there is a check on h5 which wins some time here. So f4 will be just too much to play for white. What white can do maybe just to develop the rook from h1.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Can you? I mean, the thing is, if black castles, black gets to castle. What's going on? And on queen a8, you just go back. So unfortunately, that's not a very dangerous check. Ooh,
You can try queen a7 here.
Yeah, we can also try this check, Ketty.
Yes, that's so nice. But you know what? After this check, there is b2 square very weak for white. So maybe black can give some checks after. You can sacrifice this rook on
you can
h8.
Sacrifice, I suppose, just like that. And yeah, it looks like you're up a bishop, but your own king has some problems, right? So after rook b2, probably some bad stuff is going to happen to that poor king. I mean, if you run out, there's queen f6. Yeah, you're going to lose everything.
King d1, queen c3 wins on a spot.
Yeah, so unfortunately, white has no coordination of his pieces here, while black does. Okay, so white cannot attempt any checks like that. But in that case, black is going to get a chance to castle. And I would say that, this king on e2 is could be a problem in the long run, right? Like if black's king is safe and white's king not so much. So like
I'm thinking of queen a7 here, just to
queen a7.
Yeah, keep this king in defense of d7 pawn, just like black did to bishop on d2, right?
Interesting. And how black is gonna maybe have to go same position as you. Which king is on the e-file is safer?
None. Queen a3, queen No, queen a3
Queen
now.
a3, then
Yeah.
queen d6, I guess. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, black is doing fine, and he did play bishop b4, so we might be seeing some of these lines on the board, right? He played bishop b4. I mean, I think rook c2 is the most obvious move. It's more forcing than like rook hd1, which I mean,
It might drop a rook on c1, right? Bishop
yeah, no, there's
d2.
still rook c2,
Okay.
I think, but I mean, yeah, rook hd1 doesn't look normal at all. So rook c2, he put it on the board.
Yeah, if you don't play this rook a1 to d1, then you should not play rook h1 to d1 because it looks even more a natural move and more
Yeah. So rook c2, and this is kind of a big choice for Shevchenko. Now he has a bit more time, 4 minutes, but they're kind of getting closer. So he has to choose between queen a3 and queen e5. And let me see, so the queen a3, yeah, it feels like a bit boring to try to offer this endgame. And it also might just be kind of worse after rook b1. And the difference is that here, your rook's not protected, so you're getting into some trouble with the pin, right?
Yeah, bishop d6 seems to be...
Yeah, you're gonna have to
no, we cannot do that.
Go for this bishop d6, but maybe white can exploit this somehow.
I'm afraid of rook b8, bishop b8, and bishop b4 move. Stopping you to castle, king e7 is not there, and like king side is cut it. So then I can do some pawn push on the queen side.
Yep, that's definitely a problem. But you know what? It's not going to be a problem for Shevchenko because he decided to play queen e5. He made the best move, centralizing the queen, protecting the rook against the rook b1 idea. And right now, yeah, it looks like he should be very satisfied with his opening. I mean, solid pawn structure. White's king is a little bit precarious, especially for rapid play, guys. You can't underestimate the factor that, this is not classical chess. And so the mathematical evaluation doesn't matter as much here. It's like whose position is easier to play. It's magnified so much when it's rapid or blitz chess. And it's definitely going to be easier, I think, for black to play, unless, white finds something special. But, this king, I think, can be a factor. And he has a lot more time, right? So I think Shevchenko is putting some pressure on Duda in this game. And let's take a look, Ketty. Oh, go ahead, Ketty.
Oh, just so this the evil bar dropped down so much for Gavrilescu against Anand, and this match is so important because if Anand wins this one with black pieces, that will not be a surprise because he already managed to win Aronian and Wesley So with black pieces, but it will be crucial for rest of the players here if Anand takes so big lead in the tournament.
Yeah, okay, amazing that he turns that seemingly boring position into something really good in just a few moves. So last time we saw it, it was here. White played bishop d2. Anand did activate his rook. Queen c2, bishop f6. Yeah, he was really on points. Look at that. Not even bothering to protect any of these pawns, going for b2, and white trying to neutralize that, giving up one of the bishops. Okay. I mean, still looks really solid for white. I guess you don't want to take this pawn. There's probably some kind of queen b6 stuff, although
there can be queen c7 and rook b2, and then bishop c3 or queen c3 or queen b6 is just perfect move here to chase the bishop and attack on b2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was definitely a possibility for white. There's some really drawish line, isn't there, with knight d5 and queen b2, and then I suppose at this point Gavrilescu is like, why didn't I go for something like that, because that's a lot better than what he got. So he didn't take that pawn. So what did he do? Rook c1. I mean, maybe he thought he could still play for a little something, but Anand just plays so actively. Yeah, he doesn't bother with this pawn at all. What happens if you take it now?
There's these bishop moves, either bishop f5 to attack the queen or bishop a6. And next you want to get this rook on c8. So your pieces are so active. So
it's just general compensation of the two bishops on the open diagonals, the active rook, nothing too specifically terrible for white, but just like a lot of compensation for black. Okay. So he went knight a4. Well, normally, the knight likes to occupy squares in front of weak pawns, but this position is not going to be so easy, right? Because white has to like stabilize the whole queen side, which is currently under a lot of pressure. So black went c5. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, well, white has to take this pawn at some point because it
Yeah,
can be
but
really
it's a little
big.
bit hard to take it for now because, if the rook gets to b2, you just start losing your
Yeah.
pawns.
And you cannot take by the queen because knight on a4 is hanging. So b3 here is so logical move to play.
Right, so he plays b3. Now, somewhere c4 happened, right? Did it happen here? Oh, it happened here.
This
Wow.
pawn is a troublemaker. Like, I think Gavrilescu should just taken this one on c6 when it was all on c6, because now look at this position. If you take with the queen, there's bishop a6 and you win exchange there. If you take with a b takes c4, then I think there's rook b4 and you just chase this knight. Knight in b2 is impossible, knight c3 is possible, but then rook c4 and this knight is terribly pinned and probably lost after rook c4.
Yeah, good points, Kenny. I mean, also, I would say that even bishop d7 is a move here, right? Like, maybe you can even do that. Okay, then the knight can go to c3. Okay, then you can sort of survive. Okay, I think
rook b4
correct.
just
Rook b4. I was thinking maybe we can improve to not allow bishop e6, but like probably a bishop c6. Probably we can just like target that bishop. Yeah, white's pieces are getting very awkward here. So c4 is like, it's like a simple move by Vishy, but like overall, I mean, he's playing very natural moves, but like very active, right? Very active. And now he's got half more time, twice the time that Gavrilescu has. And apparently,
who would imagine this pawn, which was a weakness from very beginning, could create so much danger here for white's pieces? After bishop e6, b3 pawn was hanging, so rook b1 was kind of only move there to guard b3, and now rook to c8. And all these moves are so easy to play for black. Just develop your pieces, creating some threats, and white is just struggling to find the correct moves here for pieces. Now queen is under the pin, like c takes b3 is a threat.
Yeah, I mean, the bishops are really beautiful in this position. I also really appreciate the role of the pawn on g6, the way it gives the king a square, the way it limits the bishop on e4. And basically, this bishop is on kind of a seemingly nice long diagonal in the center of the board, but I would say he's really quite irrelevant to what's happening here. Just kind of points at nothing. It's empty. This is blocked. And so he's not helping out. And the real pressure is coming on the queen side. That unfortunately, I mean, black's pieces are literally perfect. Like the way I look at it, standing together, the bishops, the rooks are standing together on the open files. The queen is like putting pressure from her position. Right. So if you cannot eliminate this pawn, which is going to be hard to do once, rook c4 arrives on the board after like a trade on b1, right? Something like this. And when I actually talked about the back rank, I meant like in a line like this. You see how useful it is that this is not dangerous because black already has a ready-made square.
Right. G6 pawn once again is a hero of the king side here in saving black's king. And after rook c4, both pieces are hanging on e4 and a4. Here we talked about this bishop, and also knight is on a4 is a problem for white. Is actually hanging. So white is not making move. His time is down to 3 minutes. I'm really struggling to find any move here. Like queen e2, c takes b3, then bishop takes b3 with attacking knight and the rook on d1. So I think at this moment white will lose some material.
Yeah, looks like Anand is on his way to winning. Nice, capitalization of these black pieces that he had. Not obvious that he was going to be able to win that very solid position that white got from the opening, but things can change quickly and rapid. So let's see what else we got. So how about taking a look at Report's game against Wojciech? We haven't been there in a while. So we had this opening, very unusual in the Sicilian. Let's see, lots has happened since then. Black offered a queen trade. White said no. I mean, honestly, I just haven't seen this kind of play a lot in the Sicilian, like queen out, queen there, queen back, queen's back to D1. But, you know, this is a Report, so it's not that shocking. She finally plays D4, gets the center.
But the funny thing here is that white is at the normal. White's queen is a normal square, a standard square, and black's queen is there on A6, and no one knows, is that a good spot for the queen or not? Because, okay, now it's D3, but you can easily chase this queen. Oh, knight C4, rook C2 usually is good piece, but I kind of have a feeling that it might be trapped now. There's not anything that square this rook can go.
Right. So there were like ideas of trapping this rook with knight E1, right? Which probably was an issue against something like D5, actually, because you kind of wonder why black didn't do that move, which was so obvious. It looks like a beautiful positional move, right? Trying to like get the knight to the outpost. But actually there is this trick that this active rook on C2, which has invaded white's position, is trapped. So that seems to have been a big idea for Report. And that's why Wojciech trying to like gain some tempos, even though, I don't know, he was not like losing a pawn with that move. I don't know, on this move, what was going to happen? Of course,
I think in the end, like there's bishop c5 there, and
yeah, there's
happy to develop this bishop there.
Some kind of activity. Okay, got it. So he tries not to let the bishop out. D5.
Ooh,
it's getting sharp. So he lost a pawn. Wow.
Okay, so if you take the rook on e3, there is this move knight e3, which attacks the rook on c2. There's knight d7, which threats knight f6.
Yeah, like I have to say, okay, so the first thing I would want to check is that. So, I mean, I'm threatening knight f6, and I would like to take your knight. So apparently, I mean, here it seems like it works. I at least stay up a pawn, right? I get your rook with an extra pawn. Your knight's still hanging. I got some advantage. But you have this move, knight d5. And now I don't really see the compensation, to be honest. I mean, white has one pawn, but, you know, it's not like black's pieces are bad here. And, you know, the fork is not dangerous anymore.
How about 93 here? This is so annoying.
93. Okay, wait. Do that. Yeah.
Get out from d5 square.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I mean, there is this move. I see the computer showing like this exchange sack. And like, for example, the idea is like you're trying to trap in this knight. Yeah, you can definitely see though black's excellent compensation here. Like you don't have to, even like without f6, it's not like this is the only move. You know, when you have a rook
after f6. Yeah, sorry.
I'll go ahead, Katie.
After f6, if white takes the bishop, not to trap this knight there, right? Just takes this bishop, king takes on f8.
Yeah.
This position is just very good for white. Because for black, sorry, because this knight on d5 controls everything, blocks the pawn on d4, and limits the bishop on e3. Look at this bishop being just a pawn there, and rook is active. So white has difficulties to find activity here. There's no open file for the rook, and black has very, very simple position there and very pleasant position. So this pawn on d4 is not strong enough to compensate black's active pieces.
Yeah, so let's see. He's not going to go for this line, and he actually didn't. Let's see what he went for. So he went for not the fancy knight takes d7 here, which doesn't lead anywhere. He just went with knight e3. Okay. So tactically, how is this gonna? I mean, there's probably like rook c7, knight back to d5, things like that. And that's why black did not bother trying to go in for that. He sacked here immediately, Okay, so is white's up a pawn because black has to take time saving that rook back and to c5. Okay. So at this point, black is definitely on the defensive. He also has very little time compared to report. And he's down a pawn, and white has like lots of moves here to consider, right? He can consider f4. He can consider rook d1, just giving up the pawn but going for the open file. That's a big option.
The first game has been ended, and this is Vishy Anand converting his big advantage into a point, and this game was ended shortly after this position.
Yeah, poor Gavrilescu. What can I say? I mean, getting stuck with a knight on a4 and, you know, having to like lose a pawn. This pawn on c3 is such a monster. It was tough. I'm looking at this position. I'm like already thinking, hey, can black like do crazy things like, you know, like sacking a queen? I mean, you can't do it yet, but I don't know. Actually, Kenny, now that I look at it, I'm actually, you know what? Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can take an a4. Did you do that? No, but I
c2.
Yeah, why can't you do that? Why can't you actually play this?
I think you can. Yes, you can. Oh, there is this rook d1 move in the end, c2 and rook d1.
Yeah, you're almost winning, but white can actually be better. Yeah, we don't want to be going for this kind of endgame as black, because obviously black is only trying to draw this and can, you know, it'll have some work to do so. Okay, but I mean, it is an idea on the board, guys, and when you have a strong advanced pawn like that, then tactics to try to promote it are definitely a big idea. But black has no need for that. He just attacks the knight, which is trapped. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably was the last move of the game. It was, yeah.
That's it. And Danen got more points here. The closest player is Richard Ruppert, and then Duda. But very interesting position is happening now. Aronian and Korobov game. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, so let's
I kind of have a feeling this is gonna end very soon.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know who is gonna end in favor of. I mean, white's up material. He's got like a knight for a couple of pawns, but of course black's rooks look pretty scary on the second rank, and black was threatening at least, you know, some kind of perpetual. So white just made this spectacular looking bishop sacrifice. Let's try to understand it. I mean, I guess it's pretty easy to understand. White wants to start their own attack on the black king. So if black takes, their rook comes in. This is what's happening on the board. King will have to go to f7.
And this fact that the rook is on g2, it gives white one tempo here, so there will be no checkmate. So you can do all the bad things here to black's king.
Yeah, and I guess like, I mean, I guess black is not even really threatening a draw, right? Because white could sort of walk their king all the way over to b1 where the checks are going to end.
True.
Yeah, so actually this is what's going on, guys. The point here is that you actually have time to take the bishop because black is not immediately mating you, right? He doesn't have rook a1 checkmate since it loses the rook. And if he starts checking you, he can do it. But like I said, this king is actually running to b1, and there's no way you can avoid that, no matter which rook you use to check. Like, you can check me for as long as you want, but ultimately I walk over to the b file where my rook controls b2. Checks run out, and when you try to like do something, I'm checkmating you. Yeah,
so it's we have actually this position here. White just captured bishop on e7, so yeah, this game will not really last longer. We have here a check on h2, king to g1, and there's also not a practical chance to trade at least one rook and then try to hold this position in the end game, because yeah, white is not going to trade anything here. White is going to checkmate right away.
Yeah, you're right, Ketty. I mean, there's also like a big check over here, just as an example for what you're talking about. Like, if black tries to trade. Well, first of all, white could trade, and I think white's probably winning quite easily.
Yeah, we have here resignation. Black just resigned
Yeah.
after king g1.
All right. So we
Yeah.
tuned in at a good time to see that game finish up. Let's go to Caruana versus Wesley
Something
So.
crazy is happening here.
Yeah, we last saw this position around this point. He did go knight h4, bishop d2. All of this happened. Okay. Was he going to play f5? He was kind of doing it slowly. Yeah, okay, rather slowly, but still, what can you know, when your opponent has this kind of king and this kind of bishop, I guess you can afford to slow play your attack. Still looks highly unpleasant. And okay, this is the current position. So they haven't gotten that far, but man, I mean, Caruana was such a bishop on g2, just completely dead. The king is weak. The knight's like sitting pretty on f4. f6 is some kind of like very obvious tempting move just to get that queen away. So it still looks like Wesley's got everything under control here.
It's very pleasant position for black for sure. All these pieces are just having some tasks, and white's pieces are just not connected. All of them looking so weird here. This f6 g5 would not win the queen, because queen has this queen h4, queen f2 way back, but I think just to have this queen on g5, it's so trapped there. It's okay to just have this queen there. Is there any way black can try to get the a8 rook into the game? Because that's the only piece that's not.
Yeah, you know what's a really
apart.
cool idea here, Ketty? Like taking on g4 and like I see this line that the computer pointed out, which is really quite cool.
Oh no.
To answer your question, that's how you're gonna get the rooks into the game.
Yeah.
You know, one of them. Yeah, it's beautiful. And Rapport just won. So I wanted to see how he won so quickly. I mean, we knew he was doing pretty well. Did he go for rook d1? No, he went for bishop f4, bishop g7. And by the way, I don't think the knight could take the pawn, because there was some kind of b4 move and the rook could not continue defending the knight. So that's why the pawn wasn't captured. Now rook d1. Yeah, this is looking dicey. Probably bishop h6 or something. Yep. You don't want to trade. If you traded, you probably wouldn't have much of an advantage, actually. So he wants to utilize the d file and get into d8. Okay, looks interesting. You know, looking at this board, I'm still not sure how it ended so quickly.
Oh, right? There was a resignation there, as I can see. And
well, it's interesting. So he didn't go bishop g7. Like, why was that? Why was that so bad? Is it? I mean, I know why. Yeah, because of this and just that. Very prosaic things, Ketty. You know, it's like we really wanted to like get into d8 and kind of mate black, but the truth is, you also just have simple moves that like pick up a pawn and.
Yeah, very little pawn there, but it's extra pawn, and you can create a pass pawn here on the queen side.
Yeah, black is like zero compensation for that pawn, because the knight on c4 is so strong, and black's knight on f8 is still passive. So he didn't want to go for that. Okay, so he tried something else like knight e6. Okay, so seems all right, but oops, nope, that idea happens again. But maybe it's not all right. It's just the end of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, after bishop d3, how you're going to save the piece. Bishop d4, bishop takes d4. Rook d5. Okay. So white took there. Yeah.
Yeah, clever, right? Because on bishop takes, you're right, there is this pin, and black would actually get the bishop back. So that's why Rapport took like that. And having two pieces for the rook plus winning the a7 pawn, I guess there really wasn't much a point in continuing for black. So yeah, really nice win by Reports, with his unusual opening.
The way how he played, you guys, please don't do that, because you don't play chess like this.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Caruana. So I think for now we're getting down to just 2 games, and the other one is an Endgame, which I'm sure we can come back to at some point it's like Duda actually not doing that well against Shevchenko. We can just show you the current position, guys. Like,
he lost his a pawn.
Yeah, he lost the a pawn. Like, so he's not doing great. Actually, Duda, Shevchenko doesn't have a lot of time, but I still think we're gonna go to Caruana So because this has a lot of action.
Actually, shall we just get back because White just got a piece there
In Duda
and Shevchenko game.
Wait, so he went there.
Yes.
And so he pinned the bishop. I got it. So
you
he's
can
trying
get
to
out of this pin.
Yeah, so he had to sack, and then he lost the bishop. He's getting a lot of pawns though, so it actually doesn't look that bad for black, right? Because he is getting a lot of pawns, and he might have 4 pawns for the bishop when we're done with this. Yeah, I mean, where is this king gonna go, right? I guess he should go to e1 because the idea is you want to stop the rook from returning to f2 to protect f7, right? And here we can get some kind of play, interesting.
Rook a7 maybe?
Yeah,
Bishop
rook
e8.
a7 might run into, I don't know, rook a2. So maybe we start with bishop e8.
Yeah,
and then
that's a good point.
Yeah, and then White gets to play against f2, f7, and is doing fine. So he needs to find
maybe king f8 there.
And
after
he found it. It's on the board actually. This position after after bishop e8, and he's going f5. So Shevchenko really has very little time here.
Yeah, things can get really ugly here for both players because they have really low time on the clock.
I would say the obvious move is rook a6, right? Just like attack stuff. And then, if there's king f6, there's bishop d7, you just keep pursuing the pawn. I guess the pawn can move forward, but then there's like a lot of pawns you can just attack on the 5th rank.
Right. Yeah.
So still, like a draw is the most likely result for this kind of position. It looks like kind of complicated, but
I think Duda might have a bit of advantage in this case to have a bishop and more time on the clock. He can always try to keep this e3 pawn on the board, and then. So
Caruana has traded the rooks, which I think is you can call that an achievement for him because. The more pieces you trade when your king is weak, the better. But of course, still not a fun looking position. Apparently, there was like a chance to look at some more principled moves here for White. He just kind of recaptured and trusted Wesley, and he's back in a bad position here. Wow, but okay, the players have very little time. Yeah, 92
to take this bishop on c1.
Yeah, apparently that was winning, and there's also an idea of bishop g3, like basically trying to trap that queen.
Even better.
Yeah, he didn't do that. He played queen e6, and now bishop f1 would have been nice to finally move that terrible bishop and defend against knight e2. He still didn't do that. So yeah, both players are not really playing very cleanly. And now Wesley has another chance to win the game. Whoa. Whoa.
What is that? Queen f5? G
wow.
F5?
Queen f5. I mean, it's fancy, but he probably didn't need to do anything like that. I mean,
what happens after G takes?
Well, he's going to win the queen back. I think, the idea is knight e2, and that this king, no matter where he goes, like we're going to either trap the queen or
king h1.
Yeah, like first of all, if you go to f1, I might even be able to take the bishop for now because you can't go to e1, and then we kind of repeat. You got to go to h1. I can go knight g3. Amazing, actually. Like there's a lot of blunders at this point by both players, so he doesn't go for that. Wow, what is he doing? Are these actually the moves? Because isn't queen f4 just
free?
Yeah, that's just well, yeah, he can just take the bishop and be up a bishop, and I don't know. No, wait.
He took it.
What am I not seeing? What? Oh, are these actually the moves?
Oh, we might have an error.
Yeah, there might be some error on the board.
Yeah.
Because I don't. Yeah. This isn't okay. This is something that's messed up on the board. I'm glad, guys, because I was just like,
Yeah, come on, you just don't do that,
Yeah,
right?
no. I was like, I was like, can't believe these players are playing like that. I mean, this is really bad. I mean, but thankfully, it seems like the moves are just wrong, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, not like I gotta tell you, like, if Wesley So really played Queen F5, I mean, why would you do that? Like your position is
And
so weak,
Caruana never
right?
captures this queen back. I don't believe in that.
Right.
I
Yeah, and you
don't
would,
believe in
and then
that.
you'd be like, "Here, let me take the knight," and be like down a knight. Yeah, I
Knight is
mean,
better.
oh no, this is very bad chess, guys. So this is unlikely to be,
Yeah.
what's on the board. But actually, in the current position, maybe they're back on the right position. Wait,
Yeah.
our board, yes. So I think our parsec is messed up because I see in the real, I am looking at the real board, and that one looks a lot more plausible. Something.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what,
Okay,
Ketty? Like I can try.
I
Yeah,
can
maybe.
tell the moves.
Yeah. I think we got it
Absolutely
back up.
different.
Yes,
Okay,
they
yeah.
were very different. And if we go back and just see what they were,
Yeah, this bishop left
oh
c4.
yeah, it was quite different. And
Never been on c4, in fact.
yeah, so here we go. There was a knight f5, but a completely different scenario when there was no knight 92. I mean, this is very different. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at what is the current position. I mean, black is still trying to win, but like this is really not so bad for Fabi. Bishops of opposite color. I mean, he's not even down a pawn. I mean, yes, he's worse, but not like
yeah, there's
a
not
lot.
a checkmate too. Like after queen g3, bishop g2, there's no checkmate so far.
He has very little time. Wesley's still putting the pressure on him.
King g2.
He would love to trade the queens, but still so annoying, isn't it? King.
Yeah, queen g3 is a threat now.
Yeah, he lost. He did lose a pawn. Maybe not the most important thing in the world, but okay. The queen is back. No, he's Wesley's putting pressure on him. He's not giving him an easy life. Okay, so what? Black's up a pawn.
Yeah, b6 is very important move here to play. Nice one.
Yeah. No, queen d4. Can he finally just go for the queen trade? Was a question.
Bishop g2, at least this bishop on h7 will not be hanging. So next what white can do, just to play queen d3, queen f5, offer for trade and activate the queen.
Yeah, it's a good point. Queen d3 is very solid and basically switch the play to the light squares. He did that.
Yeah, queen h2.
Okay, now what does that threaten? It doesn't seem to threaten that much, but what should we do? Queen d4. Okay, nice. Let's make some threats of our own. Attacking f6. That's an important
b6
pawn
too. This b6
yeah,
was always
I think Wesley will be very disappointed that he had such an amazing attacking position, and like letting Fabi escape from that is not going to feel very satisfying at all.
No, not at all. After bishop e5, you can also take the pawn on b6 because this bishop cannot move away. f6 pawn is hanging, and yeah, basically your king is just safe now.
Yeah, so I mean, white can take on b6 on most moves that black does to protect f6, right? So we're going to take that pawn, equalize the pawns, and nothing bad is still happening to us because bishop is protected, king's not getting mated, and even if their bishop moves to g3, there's still no checkmate threat. So I think, oh wow, there's a very beautiful idea here with like throwing in that check.
Nice. After taking this bishop, then queen e4 is a checkmate.
Checkmate, yeah, but he didn't do that. Okay, I mean, that's interesting that he didn't take the pawn on b6. Was there like a problem with that?
I was thinking about bishop g3 here.
Yeah, there actually is a problem. Look at our bishop, it's trapped.
Oh, wow.
Oops. I guess that's a reason to try to not let them play. This is such a very beautiful idea, trying to like lure the king into that checkmate in the middle of the board.
Beautiful.
But he went for another check and then check over here. So okay, makes sense. And he's basically, I mean, okay, the bishop's a bit more passive. He'll probably just go back, threaten like something like that. Okay, yeah, still a very reasonable play. Maybe queen e6 or something. No, king e2.
King e2.
Okay, maybe he's, Ketty, what I'm thinking is like maybe he's going to try to bring his king over to the
safer place.
Yeah, safer place. And like once you have the king safety on like c2 or b1, you basically got nothing to worry about at all.
True. How about bishop to h5 here to try to also checkmate black's king, queen g6?
Yeah, I agree. This looks interesting as well. I mean, why not?
But white first wants his king to be safe.
Yeah, there's this f5 idea actually that we
so annoying.
need to make not miss. Yeah, because then our queen gets kicked out from like a nice square. And I guess it's not a big
deal. You can trade
like,
the queens, queen d4.
Yeah, we can just go here. It's fine, actually, right? We're not afraid of the queen trade, but no, he just plays king d1 and keeps the light square blockade. I think it's good. King c2. Yeah, Fabi has found the defense. I love that idea of moving the king all the way to the queen side. And Fabi is going to save the day. We're gonna have peace among the Americans. No civil war.
Although there was an attempt by playing g4.
Yeah, there was an attempt, but there was an attempt, but it's gonna end.
Yeah, Wesley was like, no, my friend, no, I'm not accepting this fight.
Yeah. So then we also have, by the way, Ketty, we are gonna have rook and bishop versus rook and Duda versus Shevchenko. So we're actually in for like a longer game there.
I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
You mentioned that the bishop was you preferred the bishop even though it was equal, and you were right. Yeah. I think he's gonna win the pawn. I mean, bishop g4, doesn't it win the pawn?
These pawns never stays long on the board when there's a bishop and a rook. These three pieces easily can catch the pawn. There was the game where Shevchenko was trying himself to play rook and the knight versus rook against Wojtaszek. And Wojtaszek easily managed to hold it, and now he is in this position to defend. So there are some positions where he needs to know the theory.
Yeah, I guess white is trying to go king f6 and rook c8 mate, and it's kind of tricky. I mean, it is a tricky move. Black needs to defend against this idea, because if white could play king f6, it would have been mate. So he moved the king back, right? He saw that. They both don't have a lot of time, but they're getting 10 seconds a move, right? So it's pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Rook and bishop is one of those important end games that I feel, Ketty, like I really should study up on more, because a lot of geometry in it, and unless you know it, like you really know the main ideas very well, it's hard to figure out over the board when you're playing an increment, which is how you're always gonna encounter this position at the very end of a game, playing on some kind of increment. And I lost this, I had two experiences with this. I managed to lose when I was down a bishop, and I managed to not win when I was up a bishop, and I actually was in one of the winning positions against Ray Robson.
No.
So
you had the worst scenarios of this.
Exactly.
Position.
Well, I like I said, I should study up on this more, because I can't win the winning position, and I can't draw, the drawing position. So far 0 out of 2.
Yeah, I don't have much of the experience. Just had once extra bishop, and my opponent just hold, and I didn't try too much because we were playing a lot of Blitz games and just wanted to get tired after that. But yeah, this H pawn now, there is an extra white. Is not in hurry to take it. It's just hanging. You can simply take it. Not right now, but when bishop was on g4. And Duda is using this one. He wants to have it on the board for some reason.
Story time with Irina and Ketty should be a regular thing on streams. Yeah, thank you, Pawn Mars Destroyer, for that suggestion. Shouldn't Hikaru be participating in these kinds of tournaments? Well, Hikaru is getting ready for the candidates. So if you guys miss seeing Hikaru play, he is going to be back in action in just a little under a month at the candidates in Madrid, right? So I think it's very understandable that he is not playing. in this tournament. I mean, in general, he's played a lot of rapid events. I think he plays on chess.com a lot, in the chess.com rapid championship and title Tuesday. So, you can definitely find places to watch Hikaru play rapid chess. And
he's quite busy now because of the Candice tournament. Also, I think he shortened his streaming schedule as well, because I think his goal is to face Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match, and he's working hard on that goal.
And I should let you guys know, I will be doing some commentary on Hikaru's channel during the candidates.
Nice.
Yeah, it's exciting. Nice. I'm excited to kind of interact with all of his fans, probably the huge audience that he has, and I do hope that he does well there and is really fighting for that top spot. And I think it would be great if he wins. I mean, I think it's always quite nice, Ketty, when we have, I mean, I don't know if I'm biased, but when we get an American in the World Championship match, it's pretty nice,
I'm also biased with these candidates tournaments. Don't worry, everybody is biased. That's okay. We all have our favorites.
Who is your favorite pick in the candidates, Ketty?
I have two favorites, and one player is the most favorite, and that's Duda, obviously, because of Duda, chess is just blooming here in Poland where I live. And the second favorite is Ali Reza. I really want I want to see him challenging Magnus Carlsen. So
I agree. I would say Ali Reza probably, from what I could see in the Superbet Romania tournament, and maybe it's not fair because it's just one tournament, right? And but judging on that, I would say he probably needs a couple of more years to be the best competitor to Magnus. I don't know if he won this cycle. Actually, I would be a bit surprised because it does feel a bit premature to me. And that's just my impression, and sometimes it's good to wait a little bit, right? It's like a fruit that needs to ripen. So not hating on Ali Reza here, I think it's good for a young player to make it, but maybe when you're under 20 years old, it's still a bit young, right? And you actually would rather have that match when you're when you got the experience to win it, right? Kasparov became world champion when he was 22, and Tal, I think, also 22, 23. So, those extra couple of years make a big difference. So is this his cycle? I mean, I would guess that no. And that it could be, a more experienced player and that hasn't had a chance yet.
Yeah, I have a feeling he feels a little bit he has this pressure from the chess society, because we all expect him to beat everyone, win all the tournaments, because he's a true talent, and we want to see another star challenging Magnus Carlsen. But obviously he needs more preparation, and that's why he took so much time now. He was not playing lately any classical tournament or Blitz and rapid tournaments. He was just training all this time, and also when you're training, then you need to play it in practice to learn even more from it. So I think he's just in learning process.
So we got two end games where there's bishops left on the board. And this one finally is just pure rook and bishop, and they're going to play this for a while. At which point did he take the pawn? So he only took the pawn recently. It was move 77, and now they've only on 84. So they got they got more than 40 moves to go of this. And we can see it's going to be a while. And then we still have Caruana So eventually getting the queens off the board. Wesley didn't really see a way to make progress with the queens on the board, so he went for this one. But white has the pawn blocked.
Just marked 125 moves has to be played there. Oh, the other game I think has agreed. on
Yeah,
a
this one
draw.
looks like it's going to be a draw, right? This looks pretty simple. Like there's absolutely no way black
Yeah,
in this
yeah, yeah.
one.
They
I
did the
mean,
same.
like even if this king were able to get there, the bishop would just sack for the pawn, and then this king would, well, okay, I guess maybe you can try to stop that pawn trade. Yeah, maybe I should be a little careful. But that's probably not going to happen. So yeah, he's not letting actually the king go here, and I think he's correct not
Oh
to.
yes, you're just keeping this position opposition.
Yeah, so now he did it the other way. He walked over with his king, and I guess at this point he might be having bishop c6 ideas to win the pawn. Yeah, I think you can go bishop c6 right now, actually. No, he didn't, but you could go bishop c6 followed by king f3, stopping the pawn and then taking on a4, and that seems fine. He went like that. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Bishop h3. Bishop is still trying to get to that diagonal. Yeah. And yeah, this is just a draw. There we go. So
yeah, you just stick with this a4 pawn.
Yeah. All right. So Fabi just counting his lucky stars. He's like, how in the world did I escape this position? I mean, just to show you guys what it looked like at some point, it was like this.
Yeah.
I mean, not fun in the middle game with like a weak king and a really bad bishop on g2. But he managed to trade the rooks, and this is where things got at least a little easier for him. Yeah, I don't think Wesley should have allowed all the rooks to be traded.
Yeah, and also this pawn push on the king side. I'm not really big fan of that because it's created so much weaknesses for Black's king to in the end game, and there was so many checks. But I think like simple moves could allow the opponent to make more and more mistakes there.
Yeah, it's interesting how he decided to just like give up the pawn with knight f5. I mean, this didn't seem to be forced. I guess I probably wasn't the best decision, but it's interesting.
Maybe he hoped queen f5, like we saw it in the board.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to go for this bishops of opposite color. And it probably was trickier for him than he thought, but like it was really a defensive idea just to like give up a pawn to trade off some pieces, even though he's clearly kind of on the defensive. And yeah, it worked okay. Yeah, it worked out okay for him. Yeah. So let's go back to our final game on the board, Duda Shevchenko. So rook and bishop versus rook. He actually just moved into a discovered check, which you never want to do in a normal situation, guys, but I guess the bishop has nowhere to go here. So the king will probably, yeah, if the king moves to g7, this king sort of moves in, you're trying to corner that king. So he didn't do that. Rook on dark square, very nice move by Shevchenko. You can just stay, king e7.
Rook this king f6 actually stops white's king to come on e5. So now Duda is trying on the other way. Maybe he will get this rook on the back rank and start to give some checks, but
yeah, it'll be interesting where I can share some of my knowledge of this endgame with you. At this point, like we're not in a theoretical position yet, because he's going to need to try to get the king to the back rank if he can manage. Like if he can.
Yeah, that was actually my issue. I knew some of the positions when the king is on the side or on the back rank, but then it was hard for me to push this king going on the side, and that's the most challenge there.
Yeah, I'll show you some funny move I saw the computer mention here. Like he just played rook c6, probably to play bishop c4. Cut off the rook. He actually had that funny move here, since you cannot take,
Oh, and the king d5.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a little trick. Of course, Black's not going to take the bishop, but I mean, there are little tactics here. So he's probably going to go bishop c4. No, he doesn't. Okay. Check. There's also, you can probably check and like, I don't know, go back to d1. He goes like this. Okay, sure. So he's interestingly keeping his rook here so that when the check happens, he can immediately offer a trade, and white's not going to have time to bring in his king to e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice technique by Kirill.
Yeah.
Shevchenko.
I think I'm going to practice this endgame, Ketty. Like, I really feel like I want
It's
to
time.
be comfortable making a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all the time I have this position and commentating. I was like, I have to take a look at this, but then it's just it
Yeah.
never happens actually in my games, and that's why I have never had bad experience.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the issue is how do you get the king to the back rank, right? Because that's white's first job. At least try to get the king to the back rank. But the point is, this move is met by this, and that's why this rook is really well positioned here, because normally you'd want to bring in your king, but you don't have time for it now because your rook is hanging, and obviously you can't trade rooks. And if you go back, the king goes back and this king stays where it is, right? So that's what that's what he's facing here. So they're kind of all right.
Yeah, that's totally opposite of what we usually do in chess, right? We don't just keep the king on the diagonal of where the rook stands, and also we don't just hang the pieces. But here it just works another way. Yeah, I think they are just too far from even to reach this king on the back rank. This is move 109. King this sorry, we don't have. Yeah, king this is the small board just below Irina's video, the live chess live position.
I guess this is delaying the start of their round a little bit, isn't it, Ketty? Because yes. I think their rounds are supposed to start every 1.5 hours, and we're already pretty much
supposed to start in 4 minutes. Yeah,
and it's obviously not going to start in 4 minutes, and plus these players will probably need like a little bit of a break, so there's going to be some delay, but okay. Let's see. Olympiad says that he has on 4 out of 5 guessing results for this round, assuming Duda draws. Well, I do think you will get that draw, Olympiad, for your results there. Yeah. And
can win the prize. That's
4 out of 5 is really good. Honestly, like, how did you get so many correct? I'm not, so you got because I mean, I'm thinking about what I would have guessed. Yeah, I don't know if I would have guessed that many. You must have guessed Anand correctly. Yeah, probably put your money on Anand.
And I would guess Wesley and Caruana also draw.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would have put it on. I was gonna say put it on white, but Wesley's just really good. He's a really good rapid player, and
king is on the side now.
Okay, cool. Okay, so something has happened. It's the king has been cut, but now the problem is you still need to get your king close to him, which you actually cannot do so easily, right? Because your king was stuck protecting the bishop. Like back here, the point is, this is actually another famous drawing position. So like the rook is tying down the white king to this bishop and not letting him go there. And that's why it doesn't really matter that the king is cut, because as long as, basically white needs to set up something like this, put a king on F6 and put the bishop here to protect the king. Then you start looking at those mating ideas. Until we actually get that position on the board, black's not in any danger. So
yeah, that's why rook d1 happened now to guard d5 bishop, but then
trying to go here. Yeah, trying to go there, but then the king gets off. So probably king e5, and then the king can probably just like rook b5 probably.
Yeah, just pass the move. Yeah, rook b5 has happened.
Yeah, he went here. Okay, we continue the little dance. And in general, you try to go like where their king is not. So, I guess now this king might even be going here. Does it even matter? You can go back. I think he'll probably go back to g5. He's been pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, not afraid to be cut it on the side.
Yeah, he already showed us that he's not afraid of like that check, and he'll just now the trick is, Ketty, there is a trick. If you go to h6, look at that. There's a trick on the board, king f6 and rook h8 mate. So actually, if you go to h6, you need to be at least kind of careful, right, about king f6. My prediction is he's gonna, actually, it doesn't matter where he goes, because that idea is happening no matter where he goes, right? So maybe he should but he
King
went
G4.
rook f8. Did he go
Yeah.
rook f8? Oh no, he's still thinking. He's thinking about where to put that rook. I mean, I would okay.
King f8, rook a5 happens.
Rook
there.
a5 happens and king g4. Okay. All right. So now king h5. Yeah, he already had that position. Just go to h5.
King h3 also possible. King h5 is there.
Yeah, rook g2. So okay. So he isn't really making progress. We're getting quite close to 50 moves, aren't we?
Yeah, he's not making progress, and he's losing a lot of time on the clock as well. Like Shevchenko gained some time, 1 minute and 30 seconds, and Duda is it's not easy to find here the best way when your opponent plays.
Yeah, I feel like Shevchenko has been doing really well, to be honest.
He knows how to do this. He knows. And
yeah,
that's why he's not really struggling to come up with these ideas on the board.
Right. So going the opposite way from the white king. Okay, now he's off of the file again, off the back rank. I mean, so we said like 77.
Yeah.
So we're basically like there. Like the game should end in a couple of moves.
Okay, yeah, it's drawn now, but they have to claim it because arbiter cannot now interrupt the game. It happens only after 75 moves. And at some point, Shevchenko should claim for a draw. I think he just. I was watching the video, and actually, it was Duda who claimed for a draw.
No, he claimed a draw. He's like, no, I can't take it anymore. 3 move repetition, save me. It's too hard to play with.
Somebody stop me here.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So we have the results in from the first round of the day, guys, and it was a very good day for the leaders of the tournament. Anand has maintained his leader position with almost a perfect score, having given up just 1 draw in the tournament so far. But Report had a really nice game as well against Wojtaszek, keeping pace with him. So he's just one win behind. Aronian also getting a win, and Duda getting this draw. Wesley, right? There's quite a big gap between Anand and Report and the rest of the field. But yeah, it was an exciting game, and we still have, I believe, the matchup between Anand and Report, and that is going to be a big one. Yeah. That is going to come up later today, guys. So we're going to go on a short break, and we will see you in a few minutes to go for the second round of the day, round 8 of the tournament.
It's time to take your SEO, that's search engine optimization for those who don't speak internet, to the next level with SEO Crawl. Their tools combine robust dashboards with automated tools that are proven to improve your organic results. Chess.com went from 10 million to 18 million organic search results a month in just 2 years after working with David and the team at SEO Crawl. I cannot recommend them enough. They right now have free enterprise accounts just for signing up for a demo session. Use the command SEO Crawl in chat and check them out today.
The team over at SEO Crawl has brought us some tasty stats on chess searches, but it's up to you to find the right answers in the SEO Crawl quiz. Guessing the right answers gives you a chance for a free chess.com Diamond membership. We'll be revealing the right answer at the end of the round. So the question is, what is the most searched chess piece? Rook, queen, pawn, or knight? Now, honestly, I don't have the answer to this question. My guess was it was going to be the knight, Ketty, because it's the hardest piece to move, but it's just a guess. What do you think?
I think it's queen. Also, there's this queen's gambit, queen. I think that's the word, but I'm not sure.
I agree.
Idea.
Queen was my second choice, and I actually feel like it's probably more logical than the knight. Like it's just the queen is the most popular piece, yeah. But on the other hand, yeah, there's a logic to each answer, so we will see, guys. I'm curious to find out the answer. So our advice, as we say, it's not financial advice, it's just opinion. Make up your own mind, do your own research. And when you answer that question, now that's a joke, of course, because we're not going to cost you a lot of money if you listen to us. But let's go back, Hetty, to our coverage of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland 2022 Grand Chess Tour, second event on the tour, just coming about a week after the classical event in Romania finished. We got some new players in this event that were not playing in Romania. And I think the one that stands out to me the most is definitely Vishy Anand, who's also sitting at the top of the scoreboard.
With 13 points, and in all the rounds there is a question: is there someone who can stop him? And now in this round it's Fabiano Caruana who is challenging Vishy Anand with white pieces. Then in the last round, Richard Rapport will take everything on his shoulders to stop Vishy Anand winning this tournament, and I think it's getting very, very interesting now at this point. My personal opinion is that Anand is in just great shape, and he will get some point, at least 1 point out of these two games. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's playing white. That's great for him, right? White against Fabi, and Fabi hasn't been like an amazing shape so far, and you can see he's right now he's really he's won one game, drawn a couple of games, lost a couple of games. He's like sitting in the middle of the score table, right? So even a little bit below the middle. He's in position number 6 right now out of 10 players. So definitely I gotta give the preference to Anand. I mean, certainly not to lose this game. It depends on how solidly he wants to play it. And who does Anand have left? Oh, well, he has reports left. Yeah. So I don't think, well, this is very interesting because if he draws Fabi and Report wins, I mean, Report is the kind of player, I mean, he's been on a hot streak, right? He's won a bunch of games in a row. He can, in a direct matchup with Anand for first place, I think that's, first of all, a great setup to end the tournament when you have the first and second people in the rankings playing in the final round. Yeah, so you can't get better than that, actually. So we are in for a treat like that. And, given like how Report is playing, I think he will, if Anand slows down and takes the pedal off the metal, I think Report is definitely a player who will try to take that first place from him.
Yeah, and it's the best chance for him if he wins this game, but also himself is playing with black pieces against Wesley So, who is in a good shape at this tournament, and it's also quite challenging for Rapport. So this round can be quite decisive. At least we're gonna know first two places, because Aronian, Duda, and Wesley, they are quite behind the these two players, Rapport and Anand. But yeah, still we cannot be sure, because this is we have the combine of the Rapid and Blitz tournament, so all the points here really matters, and the winner will get here $40,000 of this after like 5 days of the intense chess tournaments, and obviously they all want to get this.
Yeah, Vishy. So the scoring, we're just reminding you guys that the Rapid is scored a little bit differently from normal chess. You're given 2 points for the win, 1 point for a draw, 0 for a loss. And that's why Vishy has like a lot of points after only 7 games of play. He has 13 points. It's because, you're getting double for a win. And Report is behind him. So Report has won 1 less game than him and lost 1 more game than him. That's the difference. So they will be facing off each other in round 9. It's an all play all called a round robin. And I can tell you one interesting thing I've noticed about Anand's openings as white in this tournament, Ketty, is that he's been playing the advanced French for white in his games. And that's a little surprising because the advanced French is not necessarily like the very popular answer against the French defense at the top level.
Yes, maybe that's his secret of such a good play. We're gonna see how the last game's gonna go for him, and we have the first moves here on the bird's eye view. And now we have some of the e4s, some of the d4s, and we also had Reti in the game of Shevchenko and Gavrilescu here. It started with knight f3, g3, and delays this central Catalan positions. We have Wesley and Richard here, a very interesting King's Indian opening. And Aronian is going with his very own bishop c4 setup here.
I was just going to say, Aronian seems to be finding a way to put a bishop on c4 in every opening. He did that against the Sicilian. He's played the bishop's opening, I think also in the classical tournaments in Romania. So that's interesting. And I mean, will he be getting into play like f4 somewhere in this game? We will see. We also have Korobov versus Wojtaszek. It's a Najdorf, not too big of a surprise. Although it's a bit of a surprise that Korobov, I thought he was more of a d4 player, and slightly surprised to see him play e4, but Wojtaszek definitely plays a Najdorf. And Anand versus Fabi looking, well, this is a line that Fabi himself, I think, was playing against like Mamedyarov, something very similar. So Anand, chose something against the Petrov. It looks, the Petrov always looks pretty innocuous. I mean, at least a lot of the lines. But they're still playing the position. Like Fabi had a very beautiful game against Mamedyarov in Romania. And it might have been exactly like this opening. It really feels like very similar. And then I think the, So versus Report, let's actually get into that, Ketty.
That's interesting. That's very sharp position already. After 2 minutes of the starting the game, we have here King's Indian, where Black already pushed pawn on f5 and started to attack on the king side.
Yeah, so I think it's a, of course it's a brave choice, for someone to play the King's Indian at the top level. And I mean, especially in the computer era, right? When Kasparov, used to do it in the 90s. I mean, it wasn't like computers were so strong then that you risked losing out of the opening. Now it's more of a risk. It's always like something notable when you see it at the top level. Wesley played in a very mild way against Alireza Firouzja in the final rounds, in the penultimate round in Romania. He took the pawn on e5, but he didn't do this against a Report here. He castled, and Report went for, instead of the main line with knight c6 or even knight d7, the third main line here is knight to the side of the board. So still, it's a little bit more, I would say, offbeat than knight c6, but still very popular. And let's see which move he came up with. Right, so he didn't go for knight g4, the main move here, attacking the bishop. C6 is not a move I'm terribly familiar with, although it's still quite thematic.
Yeah, after c6 here, my favorite continuation is c5, and this leads the game into the madness, because everything is hanging, as you can see, and there are a lot of trades there, and quite interesting setup. But White decided to just close the center a bit here with d5, and then was knight g4 right after d5, right?
Right. So C6 is kind of, it's a move generally in the King's Indian. It sort of indicates that now White needs to push d5. So that part is quite typical. Knight g4 and bishop g5, right? So it looks normal. Where's the bishop going to go? H4 or d2? Okay. And now normally the knight kind of comes back to h6, but he went f5, and White played a3, f4. Okay, wow. So we kind of got something, in terms of Black having advanced this pawn all the way to f4, that is more reminiscent of a regular King's Indian, not a knight a6 King's Indian. Like, I have to tell you guys, like, I've probably never seen in a knight a6 King's Indian this pawn get to f4 like that. It's that unusual.
Yeah, usually when you bring this knight there, first you done your job on the queen side with knight c5, or just don't start in it at all. But here, instead of a3, there was a very interesting move for White, which was not played. Knight to e1, and you are stopping this f4 coming forward for a moment. So basically, this knight has to go back, and then you have to think about f4. But in this case, this knight is very comfortable here on e1, and you can try f3, knight d3, and then push b4 and c5 without even a3.
Yeah, the interesting thing though here is, like, somehow because of where this knight is, he's not on e7 like he normally would be. There's actually ideas to try to attack this pawn. And I suppose because, it's kind of hard to get your knight here in time, right? You can go like queen c2, but then there's a5.
Yeah.
And then the issue is that this knight is stuck here without being able to go to d3. So this is interesting. I mean, kind of interesting that this knight's position can be used in some beneficial ways for Black. So let's see what happened. He played a3, f4, and that is our current position. So let's try to make some sense of it, Ketty. Wesley So is lower on time. So that means that Report is more in his preparation. I mean, he's actually over 25 minutes. And there are currently no real discoveries against this knight that would win White any material. So that's important as well. So what makes
on the other hand, this knight itself, when being on g4, stops Black's pawn, g-pawn, to be pushed forward. So for g5 and g4, which is here a common idea for Black, first this knight has to go back on f6 and then to push it, right? So that gives white some time here, maybe to push before c5 right away.
Yeah, b4 looks like a very normal move. I would say that would be the move I'd be expecting. Actually, he played that. Oh no, he didn't play that. Wow. He played this, and this reminds me of his famous game, his famous Blitz game against Garry Kasparov, where he actually played a very similar idea. So for Wesley to play this move, I think it brings back fond memories. It's not a super typical move in the King's Indian in the sense like you are giving up space.
But if you play b4, I think what white was really avoiding is c5 now.
Yeah, I mean, c5, I would say yes. It is.
So in this,
and then like you want to play with b6 or something.
Yeah, so in this line with d takes c6 and then b4, c5 is so ugly looking move because you have d5 outpost for your knight. And yeah, basically maybe white just don't need to have this pawn on d5 and instead to have a square there for knight is just a better option.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that c5 is certainly a possibility to just keep the queen side locked up. And basically, I mean, in this position, you probably don't want to move your knight right away, allowing white to take. It's actually still a possibility. Like I wouldn't say it's completely crazy to move your knight and allow this trade to happen because in one sense it's favorable for white, but in another sense, you know, there's the famous idea of knight e8 and knight d6, and the knight loves that blockading square, so it doesn't look completely impossible. On the other hand, yeah, I mean, it's a matter of time. Like white will want to go like knight e1, tempo, or knight d3, tempo, b6, and then a4, a5. So like if white can sort of break down your queen side quickly enough, yeah, it's going to be good for white, which is why you should be careful about moving the knight to c7 without playing b6. So I would say b6 is a more typical move. And still, you know, if you move your knight to c7, actually, I will consider taking because it might just transpose into something similar. And if you take with the b pawn, you know, the b file opens up kind of nicely for white.
Yeah,
So,
maybe black just keeps his knight there on a6, waiting c5 square to be open for the knight and start the king side attack on the other side. Like
g5,
g5,
and like
h5,
moving the knight back. And interestingly, I see the computer in this position wants to go knight h6, not knight f6, to kind of not block the queen. So you can just go g5, g4 right away. That's quite nice.
Right. Yeah, maybe
usually we see the knight here, you know, and then the knight sometimes even goes back further. But, you know, this way you can save some time.
True. Yeah.
So it's interesting, right? So like that he decided to capture on c6 and play b4 after that. So he gave up a large chunk of space to do this. And I think his idea is b5, right? Like, and again, you know, this is what he did in that famous Kasparov game. And I mean, it wasn't exactly the same. It was even stronger when he carried it out against Kasparov because Garry was like not castled there. And he had some immediate tactical problems with development. But in this position, yeah, he's going for b5. He wants the d5 square. So black goes knight c7. I mean, it is risky to play this way against Wesley. So Rapport is risking a lot to try to catch Anand, I think.
Yeah. But that's his style. He likes to have just complicated position, not very standard position. Now he goes rook to h8. This is quite useful move here and not starting the pawn push yet. And in most of the positions, you just need this king to be on h8. There are some like c5, bishop c4, or queen b3 threats. So that's quite common move here. And rook to c2, that's not very common move here. Yeah.
Oh, really?
No, he wants to play rook c1 and bishop c1 and rook d2 to go after d6 pawn.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, I mean, on c5 here, black always has d5 at least, right? Which is could be very annoying as that center is set in motion. b5 was an interesting option for him. You know, it's hard to say why he didn't do it actually. Like, I'm guessing it must be like I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say c5.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if knight d5, I don't know. A, you could take it.
96 maybe.
Yeah, you could take it. B, you could play knight e6. So maybe this just didn't look very clear to him. I mean, I see the computer here likes white, but I cannot say that it's clear. I mean, it's still within, yeah, this is still completely within the range of a normal white advantage in the King's Indian. So when you play the King's Indian, you're accepting a certain amount of mathematical disadvantage for black, right? And this is within the bounds of that. Like, this is not like worse than what black usually gets. So this is probably why Wesley didn't go for this.
Yeah, I mean, he can always play this move as black. I don't think black is going to play h6 there on the queen side and lose the time for that. So rook c2 was played knight h6 and bishop to c1. So white's idea is to play next rook to d2, and then c5 will be strong move as queen and the rook now controls d5 square.
Yeah, so maybe Ketty, I wonder. Well, okay, he's going to be playing knight f7. I think that part is pretty clear that his knight probably needs to go to protect d6. I don't know how else he can do it. And I mean, I suppose you can try to use the knight from e8, but then this stuff is going to be more painful because you have less chance to play d5. So I'm thinking, I'm thinking something like knight f7, rook d2, and bishop e6 is like my first thought. So if you go c5, yeah, I was hoping I can play d5 and use the bishop to support that.
Yeah, and this d5 pawn is actually not hanging. You cannot pin with bishop c4 because then d4 comes on the board and black is getting really strong center. So maybe c5 was just too early. Knight f7, by the way, has been played.
Yeah. Well, I like actually where report is going in this game. You know, because this is for a King's Indian, this is a good and playable position. So he has had a successful opening, good for him. Playing like that, trying to catch Anand, you know, that's what you got to do if you want to win the tournament, right? I mean,
you have to try this kind of.
Yeah, you got to try, you got to take on some risk. And, you know, he's got a bit of an edge on the clock. And basically he can be satisfied. Rook d2. And I think, you know, I think he will be playing bishop e6 because it's really, I mean, it's really the normal move. I see the computer is offering other things here, but like, I mean, queen e8 is like, wow, really?
Queen e7 is okay, but queen e8, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand. So I mean, a queen e7, I guess you're stopping c5. That's basically what you're doing. You're going there to just stop this move so that you can take the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I suppose it makes some sense as well. Yeah. Yeah, he just
queen
put it on the
7, by
board.
the way, on the board.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, queen e8 that the computer was giving, it was just like,
no.
What? Like, I mean, what do you want? Like on C5?
After moves like this, you're a candidate.
Oh,
to be
you're
checked
basically
by
just
this
allowing.
man.
So you're basically just you're just getting out of the pin. It doesn't even matter where you go. You're just gonna take. And yeah, well, this isn't a big deal, of course. Like, white's not really going anywhere here. I see. So it was possible just to move the queen anywhere. Okay, cool. So he moved to e7, makes a lot of sense. Trying to like support g5 as well in the future.
Yeah, you know what? Here, black's play is so simple. Like, he wants to push the g pawn next, get all this space advantage on the king side, and basically white is never good on this side. White cannot go crazy there. So this plan is very obvious, and now it's white's time to come up with something strong, which can be a little bit challenging here for Wesley, as to me, it's not a very clear plan. There are some sort of like ideas to push a4, bishop a3, to have this bishop on this diagonal, and then to try to push c5 or b5. But that's going to take some time. It's going to take some time. And this g5, g4 comes with all the tempo. And you obviously want to control the f3 square as well, not to allow black to push this pawn too far.
No, you know, it's interesting. Yeah, Ketty, these a4, b5, like, yeah, maybe mathematically this is all the right way to play. But I can tell you, like, white psychologically is not is not going to be so happy about this G5 plan, right? I mean,
No.
it just feels like Black's plans are kind of simpler in this position. I suppose after G5, I mean, you can probably move your knight to E1 and just kind of stop the pawns completely. I guess that's an option.
Oh yeah, that's a very good option because G4 and H5 also not possible. And on top of that, you want to play Bishop G4. If you just trade this light square bishop, then the kingside attack will be less dangerous for white. So maybe in very often in these lines, Black is starting with H5. So that actually makes more sense to play on the light squares. And
Yeah. I guess, normally there is a Black knight sitting on F6 kind of supporting G4. And at this moment, there is no knight there. So that's why, Wesley played Queen A4. And I think that move very clearly signifies a desire to play B5 very soon, because otherwise it's almost impossible to really justify this move. Like, I mean, why would you plant your queen there unless you're going to be playing on the queen side immediately?
That's a good question. Well, after Queen A4, there is a Bishop D7 move, which looks logical to not to give up a C6 pawn. But after Bishop D6, maybe White is planning to push C5 now.
So you're thinking after Bishop D7, yeah?
Yeah. C5, and after D5, just to take this pawn, and then C6 to chase D7.
Yeah, that's interesting. That looks crazy. And I would just say the simpler option is probably just taking on C5 and probably knight E6, right? That's what we saw earlier, Ketty. And I think that's why there's lots of choices, right? Like even like this. I mean, yeah, because if you go here, I can just calmly play knight E6 and
there's a problem on C5. You're just dropping that. Bishop D7 on the board. C5? No, maybe rook D1.
Yeah, and C5, like you said, D5 is actually, of course, like a really major idea for Black in these positions. And this is gonna be very sharp. But these pawns are extremely powerful. So if we just support it, it seems like the pawns are more powerful than White's queenside pawns.
Yeah, they're just faster because White has all this knight and bishop just wrong place. There should be pawn on F3 to stop this attack. So after C5 was not played here, White went very fast rook to D1. They don't even spend much of the time to develop this rook here on the this D1 square, and Black played rook to D8. Usually you want this rook to be on F5.
So he's getting ready for C5. He got ready for that. And that is why he played rook FD8, I think. And interesting. So yeah, he's not like, well, the thing is, in the King's Indian, Black likes to play on the king side since he's got that space with the F pawn. But in this position, he also has space in the center because of that earlier trade of D5 for B7, right? So White has given up, like we said, a really large amount of his space advantage, and Black is captured towards the center with that exchange, right? So Black has more going on here than just potential play on the king side. He can play through the center as well.
Yeah, I was actually thinking instead of rook d8, maybe Black wanted to play d5. So if you take this pawn, I will take it back with the c pawn. Queen is hanging there. I'm getting some time. But unfortunately, there's queen a5 move, which hits the knight and White wins there some time. And all White's pieces are hitting on d5 square, and Black is very likely losing the pawn. So rook to d8, I think, is just getting... This is the move where Black just gets ready to push d5 at some point after bishop e8, next move maybe, and then d5 will be a very strong move.
And you know, Ketty, there's also like knight e6 to d5, d4 is an idea for Black.
I don't like when my opponent's knight gets on d4 square. That's the nightmare for White.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
You know, so I mean, really, the scenario of this game is like, I think, the best possible it could be for Richard and for the fans, like, who would like to see this be like a real fight. And he's making it happen. I think this is the most, like, I'm looking at all the games on the board, and this is the most fighting position we have. Of course, there's other ones, like we can take a look quickly at the other boards, Ketty.
Oh, let's take a look at Anand. Oh, this just ended. That
Oh, it just ended. Yeah, we'll take a look
Yeah.
at it. So we got Shevchenko versus Gavrilescu. That's also a very fighting position. I mean, interestingly, Shevchenko, the stronger player, has a lot less time. And it's funny because this is a very standard position. This is what we call the King's Indian attack, something that Fischer liked to do. And it started from a Reti opening. So not the most common way to get into the King's Indian attack, I would say, but still quite standard. That means that white will play like d3 and knight d2 and e4. And this is
Yeah,
the
King's
beginning.
Indian color reverse, right?
And white pushes through e5. It's just interesting that, like, on all of these quite standard moves, and white was sort of the one choosing this, but okay. White is still wound up a lot lower on the clock. Very standard moves, by the way. Like, all of this is very normal stuff. And I think Gavrilescu is playing quite well. So he seems to be comfortable, have a nice position here. But it is a fighting position in the sense that, you go for these positions to have a complicated game. You want to use that space in the center to launch an attack on Black's king. As you see, this is a really vulnerable square, and white is definitely interested in preparing sacrifices on it. And on the other hand, white has kind of abandoned the queen side, given Black this really strong, center and queen side. And, things can also backfire if white's attack doesn't work out.
Yeah. If there is no attack, if white does not proceed this position with some sacrifices, then Black is really fast now on the queen side. There is 0 pieces on the queen side for whites. Like, even rook left the queen side. So Black's play will be very strong there. Another idea here for Black can be knight e7 to bring this knight on f5, or g6 to bring this piece on the king side to stop this attack. And white should think of some sacrifices here on h6 or on g5, and I don't know.
Yeah, you can't. The problem is you can't just give away.
Yeah.
Let's say the bishop. Okay, like one move Black can do is, let's say, d4. So like if you start sacrificing, unfortunately, it's just not very strong. Although, hold on, I wanted to say, like, the move that I was first thinking about. Yeah, the move I was first thinking about, in fact, is not just bad, but it's like appears to be losing because
Queen
the
f4.
knight comes in. Yeah.
Oh, knight g5.
Yeah, now you can't take this knight because of knight f7, but also like f7 seems to just kind of hang. So this is like one way white's attack can break through. But unfortunately, Black can just take this knight and then bring in the queen, which is why queen d8, I think, was a pretty clever move by Gavrilescu. And now the queen is just coming to defend the king, and there really is no attack in sight. I guess there's just not enough time to do this rook lift.
Yeah, the queen is now offering a trade. When you play queen g5 check, queen g7 comes there. If you withdraw this queen back on d2, then knight will just go on b4 or e7, and yeah, this e4 square is easily controllable here by Black's pieces. So yeah, there is these ideas, but white is not ready yet to sacrifice, and Black already started to act on the queen side. Here we have b file already open.
So like I said, I did like this move queen d8 quite a bit, guys. This nice little withdrawal is actually very helpful for bolstering up the defenses of the king. So nice stuff there by Gavrilescu. So rook a d1, he just goes with b4. I mean, that makes sense. It's fine. c4, typical move. White is actually wanting to kind of fix things over there, like I guess make Black go d4, and then the queen side is pretty closed and white is more free to attack on the king side. That's the idea.
That's perfect plan here for white. If Black plays d4, then all the play goes on the king side where white is stronger.
Yeah, because suddenly you can't really do anything with these pawns, right? Like that side of the board is going to be closed. Obviously, you don't want to take and open up white. That would be quite suicidal to play chess like that, open up the file to favor the opponent. So he plays en passant, which makes sense. The queen side remains quite open, but at the moment, black isn't doing too much there. He's trying. I'm trying to see how does he want to break through on the queen side.
A4 is a bit slow to me. I thought he would just play bishop a6, rook b8. But by this a4, he tries to play this pawn up to a3. So then he can have this b2 square for the rook. Additionally, I'm not sure if he wants to bring this queen back on a5 now. But in some positions it can also be, but yeah, black can just simply bring this rook on b8 and bishop to a6 and try to just double the rooks on b file.
Yeah, I like a4. I mean, it's not like, as long as white's attack on the king side isn't going anywhere, like a4 is a fine positional move. So let's see, c4, d4, probably. I think he's still thinking, okay. Yeah, he's probably going to need to play d4. Although I suppose, you know, like something like knight e7 is actually an interesting option. Like you can try to keep the center more open. It's not a bad idea because certainly white is not going to take on d5 after that, right?
Yeah, I really like this knight e7.
In knight e7, I think like they're really both quite reasonable. Like I think you can play d4. It's not like a bad move.
Now as b file is open, it's not as close as before. So
but he played knight e7. Yeah, knight e7, very understandable, I would say. Understandable decision. And I like his time lead. I like his decision so far. So I mean, hopefully Gavrilescu can have a good game here. I mean, he has only, you know, he got crushed in the last round by Anand and he only has half a point so far. You know, it would be good for him to have a good game at this point. So let's take a look quickly at what happened in Anand Caruana, why this game ended so fast. So it was a Petrov. Okay. Yeah, right. I think it was this Mamedyarov line. This all looks extremely familiar. Knight d6. Oh yeah, this was all like, this is like how Fabi himself was playing. And so Anand just kind of borrowed that from him, but Fabi apparently came with like an improvement somewhere. Okay, so he's getting his knight to e6. All right. Yeah, you had to defend against knight f4. Trying to bring out the knight. Okay, very solid for black, you know.
Yeah, Caruana was like, okay, up to you, Richard. You do this work by yourself. I'm not fighting here against heavy forces.
Yeah, he completely equalized, actually. I don't think so. I don't actually think that Anand was like playing for a draw necessarily. I think that Caruana played quite accurately, improving on his own games as white, and
yeah, this f6 actually allowed white to just make a draw on a spot. So knight g6, pawn takes g6, and then there's this rook e6, very important move just to get rid of the knight, and then you can take the pawn on g6. If you take the pawn right away with the queen on g6, the knight might cover this king, so you just get rid of the knight first.
So okay, so you take and then you get rid of the knight to deflect the queen and make an immediate perpetual. And now black cannot block because white trades queens, takes the rook, and is going to be up 2 pawns in the end game. So the game ended in a perpetual. You know what's interesting, Ketty? The computer here offered up a kind of fascinating move, knight f5.
Oh, what? Okay, if you take the knight back.
Yeah, I guess like we're putting them in a pin and we're just winning this knight.
Oh, wow, beautiful.
With a nice position. So you shouldn't take the knight, but it is a kind of unusual idea. I mean, okay, beautiful. It doesn't threaten much. Yeah, like it's not like knight f5 really threatens. Like knight h6 is not like a huge threat. And then there's also some kind of crazy move like that. I mean, that would have been insane, right?
Oh. These look so symmetrical.
It is, right? It's like, look at this position. I take your knight. I mean, you take, like, Anand doesn't need this. That's the point. Like this.
At this point, he does not. Maybe he would try earlier, but
I mean, like, yeah, it's interesting. Like to say, when my knight gets to f5, it's better than your bishop that gets to f4. And I mean, in fact, white is better here. But the thing is, like, you actually have to see knight f5 first, right? It's not, the move itself is not obvious at all. Putting your knight under attack and not even taking anything, putting your pieces on prise without even a capture or a check is very unusual in chess.
Yeah. And not very clear plan then.
Yeah, so it's like
nothing.
The idea, I mean, and it gives black so many options. Like black doesn't even have to go for any of these things like knight f4. This was just an idea, like, and then you just ask yourself, okay, like, so what's the point? What exactly, like, do you want?
Where are you going? Yeah.
So I totally understand why this wouldn't seem appealing or productive to white, but I just wanted to mention that because I see the computer show this quite unusual move just right before the game ended. Yeah. But okay, so Anand, I mean, this game I would say went along a pretty natural scenario, right? Because Anand doesn't really need to risk a lot.
No.
And
not at all.
Yeah, and I mean, even if he plays reports in a direct matchup in the last round with black, like, it's not like he has to feel necessarily very nervous about that. I mean, he can also just, his fate is in his hands, right? So if he plays well against report, he's going to be in first place.
Yeah, he also trusts himself, and as he's now in a just perfect shape, why he would lose the last game? Like, he has not lost any game before that, so a draw makes sense here. If the opponent chooses this opening, that's just fine. But this game here, Wesley So and Richard Rapport went so crazy. At some point, I thought this queen on a5 was then on a6 actually was trapped for white.
No, I mean, there is a lot of risk to white. I mean, look at where their queen is, and it's very much offside. It is kind of trapped, and black is just starting their attack. Wow. I mean, I don't know. You see, I always get very scared, guys, about the idea of sidelining my queen, because that's a piece that, if she's so powerful that if she's taken out of the fields of action, things can get bad really fast. I mean, right now I'm looking at, I'm like, okay, at some point knight d4 is going to happen. I mean, I guess h5 is hanging. So how did he defend it? He didn't defend it.
He just went for it. So if you take the h5 pawn, then the knight comes on b3 right away, and maybe black is not trapping the queen, but black can at least take the exchange there and then try to chase the queen, right? So queen went to a6 to avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you almost have to look at lines like knight b3, queen a6, and you have to look at bishop c8, not only at knight takes d2.
Yeah, there is a c6 pawn hanging.
Yeah, c6 is hanging, and thankfully there's like some kind of knight d5 move, I think, right here. Or yeah, there's this type of move, and white, white creates some problems for black in terms of protecting this bishop.
Right.
But black doesn't have to go bishop c8, but it's just showing you like how in danger this queen is. So he didn't take the pawn, right? So he played, oh wait, he did take
he took
the pawn.
He took it.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. He took the pawn. Oh wow, so they've played a lot of moves. Okay, so all of this happened. Wow. So he played rook db8. So what is he saying with this move? He's saying
b6. I'm gonna trap your queen.
Exactly, right? Okay, so he's saying something that's now he wants to do what? He wants to like give up the queen and take the knight, I guess. Yeah, if rook b6, he has to give up his queen and take the knight, and somehow say that he's also got that pawn, so it's not so bad for white. Materially speaking, still black could have went for this, but he went for rook takes b4. I mean, sure, why not pick up the pawn before going rook b6
next? Yeah.
Wow. And now white is just desperate, like trying to give up a bunch of pawns. So now white is down a pawn instead of being up a pawn, and just to survive with the queen. Amazing play by Richard. I mean, I love it when like aggressive play like this is rewarded. You know, I feel like anyone who plays the King's Indian at the top level like should just win, you know, Kenny?
Yeah, I really love King's Indian. For like whenever you need to challenge your opponent and you are in must-win situation, it usually works very well. So Richard has this choice of openings which makes so uncomfortable the opponent so uncomfortable. Like Wojtaszek, he lost this previous game round before this, and he lost also the time at the beginning. So Richard is so tricky player and something good to watch his games, but I'm sure it's not very pleasant to play against him because he can never expect anything from him. Like he's switching always his openings and he always goes to the weird lines.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like white needs to try to like attack this pawn, right? So now on rook here, the problem is that there's even this rook d4 move, right? So that's an issue. But we're going to come back to this game, Ketty, because I noticed a really interesting one, and that is
I think
horrible.
we just saw this knight on g5.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that looks really unusual.
Yeah.
So this was a Sicilian. I mean, let's just take a look at the current position though. So knight g5.
Yeah, that's not a free piece that you would like to get because then h2 pawn is hanging with a checkmate. It seems like g3 pawn was not also good choice to play because that allows black's bishop to be open. And maybe not right away, but there will be somewhere d4 move, knight takes f3, rook takes f3, and d4 somewhere there. So white wants to hold this kingside pawn structure and plays knight to e1. And look at these white pieces, rooks, both of them just not connected. Bishop never developed from c1, knight on e1, just very bad pieces here for white.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing like white is basically hoping for is that like if you take my bishop, I can come out with my knight, get a tempo on your queen, then put the knight on d4 blockade, and then survive, right? So black is not going to be doing that. But the question is what black should be doing. And there's a very beautiful move here I see the computer is giving. And I have to say, it's quite unusual. Rook c4.
Really, that was my first choice because I really like to capture pawns.
Good choice. Yeah, I mean, it's unusual in the sense like you don't really use the fourth rank very often for a rook lift, but I mean it's quite nice because you're basically just targeting that pawn, and you know you want to capture it.
Yeah, just like this, and how white is going to guard this pawn, and we know that g3 is just so bad move to weaken these light squares on the king side. So after g3 there is
g3, I mean
knight f3 maybe.
g3, let's think, queen h3, bishop g2, and so that doesn't really make sense. I mean, yeah, taking looks very tempting.
Still do d4 there.
Yeah, because, well, I mean, like at this point, and now that, I mean, you've played g3, this is like really weakened, right? So I can probably
queen h3 now.
Yeah, that's the tempo. There you go. Queen h3 and then d4, and this is probably going to be very good. I mean, okay.
He took the pawn on f4 right away.
Whoa, what?
Is that
one is going to hang?
Another error? He goes all crazy here.
Bishop queen f4, rook e1.
Wow.
So queen f4, rook e1 is definitely the idea. And it wins a pawn for black, right? It wins a pawn, but black had to give up his dark squared bishop to do this. And this is maybe not so bad for white. It definitely, like, okay, white has lost a pawn, but it feels like, yeah, okay, it's not great. I mean, I agree, it's not great for white. You can probably even like go into this.
D4. Please, D4, please.
Yeah, it's still really, really nice for black for sure. But he didn't see it was not the most punishing way to play, and it's on the board right now, so we might just be seeing this position, Ketty. and black trying to win the endgame.
Yeah, Black had a lot of time here compared to his opponent. So very often what happens, you just see one move, you see that this is very tempting, it works. There are some tactics and you don't consider it in the candidate moves. Rather, you just want to calculate it more deeply and look for some lines there. So if Wojtaszek sees this rook to c4, I think he would go there. But very likely he was just busy to calculate all these lines here. And Korobov is very happy at least to develop the pieces. And even this position here, maybe there is more chances here to save the, rather than in the middle game where queens and the rooks and every piece was still alive.
Yeah, let's take a look quickly at Aronian Duda because we haven't seen that one. Is anything interesting going on there? Well, it definitely feels like, okay, like feels like white is pressing, right? A little bit. I mean, they have bishops of opposite color. White's bishop is the better one, but it's not like a big deal because I would say, you know, very good chance black will be playing like f6 somewhere in this game, neutralizing that bishop completely. You know, his queen and rook are pretty good on the open file. So I don't actually think that black is in a bad scenario here.
Yeah, it's just fine. Fine, I suppose.
So we're going to run to our favorite game, Wesley So versus Richard Report, and see what is Report cooking up after Queen H5. Okay.
Ooh,
Knight
look at this.
E3. Okay. Fine. I don't know. Seems to make sense. What happened here? Rook B1, Knight D4. Okay, that feels pretty safe for black because he's kind of like blocked the D file and the knight is certainly good there. So I can't really complain. Rook C4. Yeah, I don't know. The rook C4 is a little dicey. Suddenly it looks like the computer evaluation is going towards white. Oh no.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Wesley's making a comeback. I mean, Wesley is making a comeback. He's got a bit less time, but you know, it would have been nice, yeah, to maybe trade the rooks here, kind of like just winning a tempo and then something like that to not like let rook b7 happen. Still not so clear. I mean, honestly, you know, none of this is actually clear because this bishop is quite poor and you know, the knight is
usually you don't. Those are actually two pieces that can hold the king side.
Yeah.
Stop white. And also it's quite hard to trade your very active rook against just a rook. For now, this b1 rook is not into the game. So this decision that he captured a4 pawn makes sense to me. But then Wesley found this follow-up, very strong one. He's taking the knight on d4 and then bishop to b2. And in some lines he can take this pawn by the rook even and then take the knight on h6.
Oh, yeah, so black will probably need to play c5 here. I think fortunately for Report, this is a pretty easy move to find. You know, pushing your pawn and like killing off the bishop and the rook is not exactly an unappealing option, right? And yeah, I'm looking at the chat, guys. Thank you for all of the nice feedback for us. And Olympiad has very nice things to say. I hope, you know, I have to make a pun here. So I hope the upcoming Olympiad will be as nice to me as you are on here. Yeah, I recently accepted my invitation, guys, to play at the Olympiad. So soon we're going to know the exact lineup of the U.S. team. I can already confirm that, you know, it's going to be like me and Annie. I don't know. Actually, Annie Wing, I don't know about yet, but it's going to be me and Carissa, Anna Zatonsky, and Tatev Abrahamian. So I'm trying to like actually find out if we have an answer from Annie to complete the team. And also I heard that Hikaru is not going to be playing. It's going to be Sam Shankland with I think the rest of our highest rated players. So yeah, I know. Personally, I'm disappointed. I really, really wanted Hikaru to play and just to have the US team in its absolute, absolute glory.
Yeah.
It's like this is like the first Olympiad that I think Hikaru is not playing in in forever. So
That is
that's a
very
little sad,
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was because the timing wasn't so good for him after the candidates, right? Like after a tough tournament, like the candidates to go and play the Olympiad. But the US team does need its players, so would have been good, but okay. I mean, of course, Sam Shankland is a very good replacement. And
Yeah.
will we get a guest appearance from Leopold, or does he have better things to do today? Well, Leopold is now back at my parents since yesterday. Brilliant. Spec, thank you for inquiring about him. I'm sure he'll be flattered that you remember him. And you guys, I'm sure we'll see him in the future. But honestly, I'm kind of happy that he's not here because the allergies, it's tough on the allergies. And I'm like sneezing all the time when he's here.
Really? Where is he? Where did you send him?
Yeah. So now let's get back to the games, guys. All right. So we got
had some
three
updates
on the board.
here.
Yes. So C5
Yeah.
did happen. He protected the pawn. Knight F3 and G4. So wow, it's exciting. It just continues to be so exciting. I mean, the bad news for white, of course, really is this part.
They're so strong.
Yeah, the fact that it really kills off these three pieces for the moment.
Yeah, just divides the board on the help, and those pieces cannot just take apart in the attack, and the rest of the pieces are not able to proceed even more. So this move knight f3, I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm sure that Wesley was struggling to find any move there. So basically after knight f3, you don't want your opponents to play g4 now, because it's like h takes g4, bishop takes g4, attacking the queen and the knight at the same time. That's probably not the same best scenario here for white, but he had to bring this knight somewhere. Maybe he's not going to take the pawn on g4, but instead brings this knight to g5, and then hoping to go to f7 with the check, and this king is the knight is pinned, so knight cannot take it back.
I mean, that's the most likely move, right? Because you don't want to take and let the bishop in for sure. So I think he will be playing knight g5. I mean, still really interesting. Wesley's, he's being put under pressure on the clock, and he's a very fast player. So report being up on time, yeah, it's not a great sign for Wesley. Korobov versus Wojtaszek is further along in this endgame. Let's see how it went. I have to go back to the main move. It's over here. So black captured, bishop e3, traded the queens. Yeah, same line. We looked at this. And now black has two connected passed pawns on the king side. Should be really large advantage for him. I mean, he not only has these pawns, but he's got the activity.
Right. D5 was played there. So if you take this pawn on d5, then rook comes on d1, the bishop is under attack, and there will be checkmate on the back rank. So black played this beautiful move, g5. I love this move.
Yes, very nice. Yeah, getting rid of the back rank problems.
You cannot take it because rook g2 comes and wins the piece there.
You still can't really take, right? That's funny.
You cannot take it still. You cannot take it still.
But he tries to take it.
I was thinking of rook d2, but rook c5 makes sense not to allow white to get on the open file. And now rook to e1. Ooh, the pawn is gone.
Okay, so he's still alive. I mean, certainly being down two pawns, not great. I mean, I would say black has excellent chances to win this position. It's a lot of suffering up ahead.
Yeah, I
Or
would
above.
be scared here of these moves: King H7, King G6, King 8 F5, King G4, and
Yeah.
sneaking in White's
I
White's
think
position.
ultimately he will lose, to be honest. I mean,
Mm.
you know, it's like there's always chances with bishops of opposite color, but there's still rooks on the board, right? And he has so little time, and it's fairly simple, right? Like you go king g6, you go f5, you go f4. I mean,
Right.
holding these positions is so much harder than just like attacking. So I don't predict that he'll be able to hold on. And let's take a look at quickly
Shevchenko
Shevchenko.
and
Yes.
Gavrilescu is getting so complicated. All the pawns are hanging right now at this point. Um, White started this pawn push here on the king side.
Yeah. So look at this. This game has been going great for Gavrilescu. I mean, White has completely given up on his attack. I mean, when you see moves like that, it's like, yeah, that's not a sign that things are going well for White. I mean, neither is like all of this like passive stuff going
Yeah.
on with the queen. I mean, okay, I guess he went there because yeah, he saw the rook coming in. He needed to prevent that. But overall, Gavrilescu has a lot more time. And yeah, he's trying to still do stuff there. That's going to require giving up the f5 square. I'm not so sure that's a great idea.
But he has to do something, because if he's not acting on the king side, then black is just coming here on the queen side.
Yeah,
Knight
c4 is
now,
hanging.
b6.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking
Interesting.
of bishop a4 first to get rid of this rook from d file. You don't want to play this rook d2, rook first to d2 to give up the control over first rank, because then rook b8 and there's like ideas of rook b1. And the moment rook goes back on e1 or f1, you have now also control over d file by the queen.
Yeah, I mean, I think if white takes on h6, black just calmly keeps on taking stuff in the center.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's okay. I mean, you have your bishop kind of covering your king, and you can play this. So he didn't take on h6, which was sort of the obvious move. He played d4, and now we got more moves on the board. No, this is the current position, d4.
Yeah, I'm still going for this bishop a4 move. To chase the
Right.
rook
Also,
over.
really tempting is like sort of any move like that. I love the idea of centralizing the knight, attacking the bishop, blocking the d file for the white rook. That's also really tempting. And so you said bishop a4, right?
Yeah.
Also interesting, right? I mean, why not? Why
I was
not?
also thinking maybe c takes d4 to trade that pawn, and if knight takes on d4, then bishop g2 to trade the light square bishop, and white's king is not happy either because the pawns are so much pushed. This king can be weak. If you take by the rook, then knight d5 is the move there. Knight f5 is the move there to chase the rook afterwards. So a lot of ideas here for black, even after d4.
Yeah, black is for choice, and he's got lots of options to decide from. Let's take a look again. So versus reports. These players still have some time. Knight g5 happened. Rook f8, yeah, stopping knight f7. Now if you go knight f7, I guess black will just take it with the rook and then take with the queen and get 2 pieces for the rook, so you can't do that. So what did Wesley do? He went knight h7. Interesting. Wow, exchange sack on the board. Okay, report, staying true, never, like always going for the nice fancy option. And queen f8, I guess, or no, did he throw in bishop g4? He did. Wow.
Oh, nice.
Is he like, he's almost trapping that queen.
Yeah, there's only d5 square for this queen.
So you can take the rook. You can take the rook and then take the knight. He just took the knight right away. And now Wesley is thinking, okay. I mean, look at the chaos on the board, guys, right? I mean, look at this rook on a4. Look at like this black having pawns over there. So he went bishop takes.
It's getting even worse and worse. Now bishop d4. Ah, so
Okay.
if c takes d4, rook takes d4, rook
Yeah,
takes
so he
d4,
has
queen takes
black has two
d4.
pieces for the rook. Let's just say I mean, black has two pieces for the rook.
Ah, look
Okay,
at
he's
this.
trying to go rook h7 checkmate.
So bishop d7 is the move to
Wait, so he went queen e6.
queen
Okay.
d6.
Whoa. 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 Now queen e6 was apparently a blunder, and he needed to like
h7,
block
king
with bishop
h8.
d7. So wait, why is rook h?
Bishop f7 somewhere?
Yeah, this was winning, and
Check
then
and queen
queen
g5.
g5. Wait. What? So there's no defense. There's like
G5.
nothing to be done about what? What's the threat? Hold on. The threat is this. This is the threat.
Bishop f5, yeah, or bishop f7 to win.
Right. But I mean, but if they move their queen, there's nothing. There's no like wait.
There's also another square for the queen. Queen e5.
Yeah, what about
is
queen
there,
e5?
bishop to
And why is this like completely winning? Is I don't know.
rook the check on the back rank. Oh yeah, rook h8 and king takes h8 and queen d8, bishop f8, queen f8 checkmate.
Probably
knight
knight
g8 is there.
g8. Yeah, I was
Oh,
looking at
no.
that. It could have been very beautiful with rook at h8. Like this was a
Yeah.
beautiful idea.
Maybe we take the knight first.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't work because this is almost a checkmate on the board, but there's knight g8 and then you don't even have
Wow.
perpetual, unfortunately.
This is
right?
crazy game. This is really crazy game.
On the board, okay, like this stuff is kind of on the board, right? Almost. So he played queen g5, which is like a worse version of throwing in the check. And black is still winning because now after queen e5, it's the same line. So we can now find the win, Ketty, because now after rook h7, I mean, man, I'm going to be so sad for Report. I mean, nice for Wesley, but really sad for Report if he goes down in this game playing so brilliantly.
Yeah.
So where was the win? I just want to find that moment. Like in this position, we're winning. So why are we winning? Well, why? I mean, I guess we can take the bishop, the knight.
Yeah,
it's a little plain.
Threat this rook h8 now and bishop.
Yeah, you don't have time to take our rook, and your bishop is hanging. And if you take, I guess we're just up in exchange, yeah. We're just up in exchange, and the king is weak, and so yeah, there's threats of queen d8. So that's
in a live position, there is queen off the board of Rapport.
Yeah, so he went queen d8. He didn't play rook h7.
Yeah.
Still, wow. I mean, still good, yeah, because there was just like no good way to defend this on king g8. There was bishop h7 just leading to checkmate.
Yeah.
They had no way to defend the bishop. He gave up the queen. Oh no, this is easily winning for Wesley. Yeah.
And he has time. He has 2 minutes.
Totally winning. Totally winning. Wow.
Oh, d3.
Yeah.
You have to make such a move like d3 is just 2 moves away to be a queen. Rook a4 is just misplaced there, and rook comes on c7 with a check now.
Yeah. This was really sad. Really sad. I mean, like it's he played this move so fast, right? And rook b7, he just played this instantly, this queen e6, like as if there was nothing to think about. But in reality, there was a lot to think about. Yeah, there's bishop d7, and also there's even this queen sack, which is at least maybe not losing for black, because black has tons of pieces, rook and 2 pieces.
Yeah, and he had some time here to
yeah, he had time to figure this out, because this is such a key moment, right?
True.
Could have kept that rook out. And yes, it's always anti-intuitive to pin yourself, right? But at the same time, how does white really use that? Like white is running out of pieces. It's not like they can go and attack.
You sacrifice all the pieces and just play with the king. You can.
Yeah, there's almost nothing almost nothing white can do, and black is about to go rook b4, start bringing the rook back into the game, and eventually, we're taking.
I would also consider here something like queen g7, chase the bishop. You can't go this bishop, leave this diagonal, the file, because queen g2 is
Yeah.
the checkmate. So, and he had so much of the time on the clock. 3 minutes for Richard Robert in this position is just too much.
I know.
He
Sometimes,
blundered.
it's like he just, I kind of seen him do that before. Like he plays brilliantly, and then at some point, maybe like one too fast move, and then it kind of falls apart. And I mean, Wesley did great to, honestly, to survive such an inspired game by reports. And yeah, chess is brutal like that, right? Just like one move and you go from winning position to completely losing position. And Wesley just didn't let him go after this. Yeah. Nice stuff by Wesley. So
bishop to e8.
Yeah, let's go to the Shevchenko game, because we know that one is going to be suspenseful and is heading into
Wojtaszek converted this endgame with the opposite color bishop, and
he did. Yeah, Wojtaszek managed to win. Yeah, okay, cool. So Shevchenko, let's see.
Immortal game just died. I think that's the game of Wesley So and Richard Dropper. That was absolutely beautiful game. It's still in progress. We still don't know what's gonna happen, but
so in this key position that we looked at after d4, so like somehow he decided to just drop a pawn to trade the rooks. Okay, I mean, I suppose the a3 pawn is not that important. You want to trade some pieces, and also you want to get to play knight bd5 with a tempo on this bishop. That was the idea of Gavrilescu, and then maybe c3 with a tempo. Okay, I'm on board with what you're doing. Sure, take the pawn. All right, and now if bishop takes, or he doesn't take on h6 for some reason, I guess on this move, probably very likely is this knight is coming in, and maybe even after a queen trade, sorry, after a bishop trade, maybe just trade the bishops and then play your knight to f5. And of course, that knight is a beautiful defensive piece arriving just in time, covering the queen.
I knew this knight will save the black's king. I knew it.
You know how I've loved that queen on d8 for so long, and you know how handy it comes in here, stopping queen
is
d5 check.
Total hero here on d8.
So he goes knight g4. Okay, so he wants to, I don't know, of course, bring in the knight. Sure, maybe even like knight f6 somewhere one day. Knight f5, I like that. Bishop h6. All right, so now I don't think you want to trade, because then in the end, white's queen comes in, and then you don't have the knight anymore to get rid of it. So you got to do something else. And he played bishop a4. Okay. And white.
Meanwhile, the game of Wesley So and Richard Robert ended in favor of Wesley. That's a painful lose for Richard Robert, who was chasing so close Vishy Anand. I think Vishy Anand is a winner already, because there is no practical chance someone can catch him.
Nope. So I guess the solid approach worked for him in this game. All right, bishop g5, queen a5. All right, let's catch the action. You know, it's always exciting when they're down to 25 seconds, right? So what is going on here? Apparently it was completely unclear. Now it's good for black. Pawns are moving. Okay.
Those are so strong. Why do we still have this queen closer to the king side?
Wow. Now apparently, look at it, with one move. Now white is again like, is he making a perpetual?
Check. King.
Oh, whoa. No, he if the king h7, there was knight d5, and it was like some kind of perpetual. Yeah, I think the king could go back to g8. It was something crazy.
Okay, yeah.
He went bishop g7, king h2. Oh my gosh. And what is the king h2 is the best move. The computer agrees with that, and
This is
he
very
found
same
the only
scenario as
move.
Wesley and Richard.
I know. I really hope it doesn't play out exactly the same, because
no.
Gavrilescu plays such a good game, and to lose this game is so sad. No, but white blunders. Instead of queen b2, he takes, knight takes, and queen d4. And what's going on? He wants to
Queen
pin the
g4.
knight and checkmate. But does this work?
So if I promote the pawn to
right, and look at it, he didn't promote because
Nice.
it looked really scary. I mean, he didn't promote
Queen
because
G4.
definitely it looked like he was getting mated, but the truth is the king just runs, right? You just give up the knight and you start running away, and you somehow get away with your extra queen.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It's just
Yeah, instead he
to
plays
find
this
kind of
move.
moves.
Apparently he's losing now. Why he's losing, I don't know. Queen g4, king f8. Like, why is this so bad? h6, I guess. Yeah, he found it.
H6.
Wow. Okay, the game is much further along, so let's keep going.
Wow.
What? Oh, you can't take the knights because you're going to lose your queen. Look at those tactics. Oh no, not like that, but from h8, and then you lose your queen.
Yeah.
Crazy tactics. So white has managed to like destroy black's pawn and win their knight. Okay.
Now, this queen h6 guards d2 knight. So after all this madness, white is having 2 pieces for the rook. Queen e1.
And it's
this
still
is not done
insane.
yet.
It's still crazy, right? I don't know. It says queen g1 would have been
G3.
better, but this looks interesting. I mean, why is this so okay? But you're taking with check on taking a check.
Queen
and you
e8
can't,
maybe.
Yeah, you can't take back, right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, queen e8. You're losing a queen.
Yeah. So he had to like not take it. So now it's 2 bishops versus the rook, but white's king is open too.
Jesus.
What a game.
It's dropping, and black's king now is safe. And
What?
another pawn
And
goes
now black was good, but now black was losing. And what is going to be the result? I don't know. This is absolutely crazy. We should just catch up with the players here. We finally caught up. Here is the position. Gavrilescu actually has some time now, but apparently
like that.
white is winning.
Yeah, e6 just allowing black to give a check on h1. Check on h1 is it's on the board. That's the king g3, and now this king is on run. You can give some more checks, but king will just hide.
Yeah, like this bishop is doing a great job of pinning the pawn so that black's pawn cannot promote. Man, I am seriously sad for Gavrilescu. I mean, I know rapid chess is like this, right? It's cruel and there's a lot of turnarounds, but I feel like, look, this was a really great chance for him to win. And I mean, he played a really good game. He did. He deserved to get something better than this, but okay. I mean, what can you do? Shevchenko stayed in the game. He's also, was very resourceful in the defense. You can't take that away from him.
Yeah.
So I guess we have to agree that chess is just cruel. But
it is. It is. Oh, there was king f3, queen h1, and king g4. Very, very fast played here.
And yeah, so this king is escaping if rook h1, bishop h4, I guess. And white was also trying to promote their pawn. Yeah, his king is getting safe. This king is getting safe, and black is running out of ideas. I'm looking at what else we have going there. We actually only have Aronian versus Duda, and it's not likely to end in a decisive game, I would think. Although black is a bit better. I would say Duda is certainly a bit better in the position they have if we go there for a second. I mean,
yeah, because of the a4 pawn.
Yeah.
Better than c3 pawn.
Definitely right. Because I mean, this pawn, if it starts to move, white could actually have some trouble. He probably, oh, look at that. He's dropping c3. He doesn't care about it. Why?
He wants bishop to control this diagonal, I think. So a4 pawn will be less
He wants to go bishop
dangerous.
d4. Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know. It's interesting concept. Yeah, I guess he's saying like, look, the pawn is totally useless, so just go ahead and take it. It's going to help my bishop. Yeah, interesting point there.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, like the white king is also not amazing.
Oh my God! Can for a moment we go to the other game because Shevchenko just turned into someone else here and played this bishop d4, winning now an exchange back.
Yeah. Okay, now he's up in peace and basically just totally winning him. Yeah. Tough.
That's
tough round for David Gavrilescu.
Yeah, and we have your resignation for David, who is international master. And earlier we were talking about like if anyone, any international master ever joined the Grandchester, and he is the player we know the less about and had really good chance to win first game here in the 8th round, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, and like, Aronian is really suffering here. I suppose, I mean, black can play either way. He can go king c8 and king d8 and kind of bring out the king. This is also okay. I mean, notice that like Duda's pawn is already on a3 and it's getting to a2. Like this is really, really uncomfortable for white. So he tried to trade the rooks, and Aronian and Duda was like, no,
thank you.
We're not trading. And I'm gonna get my pawn to a2. Yeah, no, I don't know how this kind of happened to Aronian, because this seemed like, actually it seemed like a position that he could never lose. Remember, we didn't really spend much time on this game because it was quite even.
Yeah, and we were thinking that this is the position that Duda can never lose.
Right.
We never thought it the other way. So yeah, a2 pawn is out there, and now there is a threat of rook h5 and to take this bishop. So maybe black should bring this king somewhere else, but not to have at the same.
You can play rook h1 if you want. Okay, so he's giving some checks. Actually, I mean, he doesn't want to go rook a6, does he? Because I mean, then the bishop will just block.
Yeah.
But okay, doesn't hurt. I suppose if he wants to be really greedy, Ketty, he can go rook a6, rook a4. Try to win the b4 pawn too.
Pawn, yeah.
But I mean, at this point, like I also see, I mean, the bishop on c4 is amazing, right? A total anchor. He's going to bring in the king. I mean, I think this king is coming in, and somewhere something's going to happen to the bishop on d4, or the king will come in further. I mean, yeah, I don't see how he's going to save this actually.
Yeah,
it's beyond repair. If we just go back a little bit to see what happened in this game, I mean, like I said, it kind of took a lot for white to lose a position that looked like this, right? And he did, I mean, yeah, losing seems almost impossible, but how did this happen?
Maybe he tried too much to win, and that's why it went wrong.
Okay, I really like how black improved that bishop. That was really skillful.
Yeah, also this king on f1, maybe not the safest king.
Yep.
After all, when the bishop
as it turned out, yeah. Ooh, pawn sack.
What? This pawn is hanging 3 ways, and you just play?
I think what he wants, Ketty, I think there's tactics like bishop d4, rook e1, king h2, queen c7. You can't block with queen g3 because of rook h1. But this is really interesting. Then he just like sacked the pawn to kind of get the second rank. And this became the target. Now this became very tricky. It really did. Wow. But still, so I'm puzzled. How did he lose this pawn? How do you lose it? Oh, wow. Like that?
Oh, this is the current position that we have the small board. Just down of the video of Irina.
Mhm.
And we can see that Duda has sacrificed the exchange already. And he's sure that this is winning. In
Yeah, I
fact,
guess
it's
his
winning.
king is just coming in, king
Yeah.
c4 and king
Yeah.
before it's over. Yeah.
Yeah. Resigned here.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, this has been quite surprising. I mean, so he basically manages to win this b2 pawn, and that's how it got bad for him. Yeah. Well, surprising turn of events. I mean, Aronian, I feel like definitely participated in his own
Yeah.
destruction in this game.
What a round we had here. Only peaceful round game was Anand and Caruana because that was like really easy in the first game, which ended in a draw. Rest of the games, we have here 2 wins for white and 2 wins for black, and we had really nice game. Wesley So, Richard Ruppert, things were going so good for Richard, and then in the last part when we thought it was already almost over, Wesley found a brilliant counterplay and he won the game. And the same scenario happened in the game of Kirill Shevchenko and David Gavrilescu. Very, very similar. But the other games, both of them were the opposite color bishop endgames. Korobov and Wojtaszek, Aronian and Duda, and here we had not draw that we usually think that it's a draw when you go to the opposite color bishop endgame, but that did not end it this way. It was a beautiful round. It was, I think, to date this round was the most tense.
Yeah, I mean, 4 decisive games is very bloody, guys, right? And the only peaceful result was for the tournament leader Vishy Anand, who has just won the rapid section convincingly. I mean, really dominating. Right now, he's completely out of reach for Richard Rapport, even if Rapport manages to win and Anand loses. And actually, they're playing each other, so I do think we're still in store for a good game. I mean, Rapport will be white. I don't know if he's actually going to calm down a little bit because he is ahead. He's half a point ahead of the other guys, even half a point ahead of the person who just beat him, Wesley So. Perhaps Reports, strategically, Ketty really shouldn't risk that much because he has nothing really to gain by beating Anand. He's still going to be maximally second. If he loses, he might let a couple of people overtake him.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So this is not actually, yes, this is not actually just like a separate rapid tournament. This like
it's together. Yeah.
it's
combined.
together. So nothing is really decided by this game.
Yeah.
In that case, then he will play. Then it makes sense because it doesn't really matter.
Get more points.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he gets more points, I mean, good for him. And if he doesn't, it's totally fine. He just pick up more in the blitz. So actually, so that's good for us because it means he has motivation and not really any incentive to play it safe in this last round. And it is still interesting, first and second players on the leaderboard. And in terms of our games coming up, let me see what we have else that is interesting. Wesley So going to be playing Wojtaszek, looks like. Duda playing, not sure who Duda will be playing.
Duda will play Korobov.
Korobov, yeah.
All right. The last round still ahead of us, but I have to leave today for the last round. But Irina, you have such a good company here. Chad is absolutely beautiful today and all the time as usually. So I have to leave to do to join the commentary of Rapid Chess Championship, but we'll be joining tomorrow for the Blitz portion. And best of the luck for the last part of the stream, and we'll check the results obviously in the end of the Rapid. So it's bye from me, guys, and see you tomorrow.
See you guys soon, and thank you, Ketty, for joining me for this first part.
Hi everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking two minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking two major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's two rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than one piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking two enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than one piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The World Chess Champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
All right, guys, we are back with the final round of the day at the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Poland. Vishy Anand has won this portion of the tournament, but of course the event is continuing in the next 2 days. We're going to have 2 days of Blitz chess, 18 rounds coming up. I'm going to be here for both days. So right now, I wanted to let you know before we go into the games, what was the winning answer to the SCO crawl question of the day, which is what is the most searched for chess piece, the rook, queen, pawn, or knight? And I got to tell you guys, this one is a real surprise. It is the rook. We thought it might be, I said it was the knight. Ketty said it was the queen. A lot of you in the chat thought it would be the queen. But guess what? It is the rook. Why would anyone search for how a rook moves? It's so simple, right? But okay, that's the answer. So if you got that, you have a chance to win some kind of a prize. And can Leopold come on the stream to keep me company? Unfortunately, no, I'm going solo without Leopold. I'm sure he's outside enjoying the day. And I've just got you guys for company. So hopefully you will be good company for me for the next hour, and lots of engagement in the chat will be nice. Ketty is off to do commentary on the chess.com Rapid Championship, which is a great event on Saturdays. So let's take a look at the games, guys. What do we have in the bird's eye view? King's Indian between Duda and Korobov. That will be an interesting one for sure. Gavrilescu playing again that same solid line that he played against Anand, but Aronian playing a bit differently to keep more pieces on the board. Caruana versus Shevchenko is a Slav, some kind of an A6 Slav. Wojtaszek versus Wesley So is a Catalan, so they're in some kind of theory still. And our interesting game, Report versus Anand, is, well, what this is a little hard to understand actually from looking at it. It's not exactly like a Philidor. It was some kind of E4, E5, but a bit of a weird one. So let's go into that one. I'm just going to get into that game, Report Anand. Here we go. So it was an E4, E5, but I did not know which one it was. So it's apparently a Petrov, So Anand just faced a Petrov against Caruana, and he's playing a Petrov himself. Well, okay, sure. It's a very solid way to try to get a draw, right? And Report is like, nope. So it starts out with the 4 knights. Well, see, guys, this is why I could not understand what was the line this position on the board came from, because A4, who could guess that? Have I ever seen such a move before in my life? No. Does it make any sense? No. Right. So, well, I mean, it's Report again, so that explains a lot, but I mean, what a shocking move, right? If I saw, I'll be honest with you, if I saw my students play this, I would give them a good talking to and be like, how can you not develop pieces in the opening? And why are you pushing your side pawns, right? So, but when you get to be a really strong player, you can break the rules a bit because you understand what you're doing. So, okay, I mean, A4, what can I say? Black can do anything, right? I mean, I guess he can play A5, but it wouldn't make that much sense to go to try to copy white. So he played D6. Okay, well, that's kind of solid, isn't it? Interesting that Anand decides to not even try to develop the bishop anywhere, even though he has the chance. He goes for a very mild conservative move that blocks in the bishop and lets white go into these sort of more open positions with D4. Right, that made me think it was a Philidor, right? But of course, in the Philidor, usually the knight is on D7 and not on C6, so that's why I was a little confused as well. But in terms of the structure, it's a Philidor. So for those of you who don't know what I mean, briefly, I will explain. Let's say black plays like that, right? This is Not the most testing move, but this is how we often get these kinds of structures. And well, white can take with the queen as well, but also with the knight. And you can see why I saw the resemblance, right? There's a pawn on e4, there's a pawn on d6, there's been a trade. And okay, this knight actually can go here. Another way they can play this is they can go knight d7. And that's another version of this position, I think. I don't know how good it is because white goes bishop c4, but yeah, that's another way we can get this. So, well, going back to our game, that's sort of the comparison that came to my mind. And seems like, you know, nicer for white, right? Because of the space, e4 versus d6, until black neutralizes that or trades a bunch of pieces, white will have a little something. Okay, interesting move. Is black going to play a6 or d5? No, he goes knight b4. What is the point of this move, actually? Okay, I understand the square is available to the black knight, but what exactly does he want? Does he want to play c5 and potentially d5 afterwards? I mean, I think it's one of the possibilities on the board, so we'll see. f4. c5, yeah. There we go. Kicking away the knight from the center. And white is in thought. So, well, things can get pretty sharp here. Black goes d5 and white goes e5 later on. For the moment, white has to figure out where he's moving his knight. So what are his main options? It's really only like f3 is the normal move, b5 maybe, you know, trying to go to a3 and then c4. So those are really the main options. Like you can't really go to f5, right? Because the knight gets captured and black goes d5. And typical move, black starts putting pawns on light squares since he has a dark squared bishop and the center looks quite nice. So he can't go to f5, and b3 just looks extremely like horrible. You never want to plant your pieces on squares where they have no potential at all. So yeah, he's definitely choosing between those two. Whoa. Oh no. Okay, well, what can I do? I only share my understanding of chess with you guys, right? I mean, I just said like, this move is the one move you will never make in your life, right? And however, I see it's on the board. Okay, well, my understanding is that this knight is not doing a whole lot on b3. We will see what the point of it is. I don't know. Is there some sort of sense like if black plays d5, maybe the knight is like attacking c5 a bit? Perhaps. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely a strange square. And now the problem is, like, if they don't go d5, and then like, what is the knight going to do here, right? Because black doesn't have to like get this move in, even though I think it is a very reasonable idea for him. Yeah, there's only so much conventional wisdom you can apply to Rapport's play. That's true. I mean, he's obviously very unique. And I have said before that out of all the players, I find it very hard to predict his moves. And a lot of them are very good moves, you know. And sometimes it's a move like knight b3, which, I mean, yeah, like it's still would be hard to convince me of that being a good move, even if it's such a good player making it. Well, what else do we have on the board, guys? We have very solid position in Wojciech versus Wesley So. So this Catalan, not very explosive, I would say. The computer might give this as a slight edge for white, but honestly, black is like very comfortable here. I mean, bishops of opposite color, right? Very solid pawn structure, outpost on b4. I mean, I think Wesley will not experience too much trouble in this position. at least holding on for a draw. Caruana versus Shevchenko. Let's take a look. I'm sure Caruana will be, motivated to pick up a point here if he can. So again, we see this ace-6 move. We've seen that before today. I believe we saw that, yeah, Shevchenko did that against Duda in the first game of the day, right? That does ring a bell. And now that I remember that game, I realize that Duda played this move knight e5, that strange move moving the knight again, right? In this game, Caruana doesn't do it. He just plays a4. Makes sense. a5, okay. Positionally desirable, right? Because we don't really want to allow black to play a5 and then like knight a6 and get the b4 square. So I definitely understand Caruana's intentions with that move. The computer might not love it, but it's the kind of move that is easy to understand. I mean, there might be some issues with it getting hit a little bit later on in the game, but for now you'll have queen a4 guarding it. So c5, okay, interesting move by Shevchenko, changing the pawn structure immediately and freeing up another square for this knight to go to. So now here, so we're gonna have isolated pawn position perhaps. And Fabi is thinking about what makes sense. Should he trade, which unfortunately develops black's bishop in one go? Should he just develop bishop e2, or is there something else to do, like this move knight a4? Wow, I see the computer mentioning this. It's a pawn sack, isn't it? It actually hangs the a5 pawn. And how? Okay, I get it. Oh, he wants to win this c5 pawn, I think. Wants to win that pawn, and the queen can't really hold on. She can kind of go here. And now you can take it with the knight or the pawn. You can try to take it with the pawn. I kind of like that because that leaves the knight on the board to go to b6, which is quite annoying. If he finds that move, I'll be really impressed. I hope he finds it. Because it's an annoying move for black, right? You're really like utilizing the pawn in a5. Oh, I see my mouse is stuck. So give me a second, guys, as I try to get it back. Oh, where is it? Huh. Oh, interesting. Okay, I sort of found it. There we go. Yeah, if he gets to go knight a4, it tries to make use of the a5 pawn, right? And the fact that the square is quite weak. And he's still thinking. So he might have noticed this idea. It's a very unusual idea. Absolutely unusual, but it is unusual to have a pawn there so early in the game as well. So if you have such a pawn, then you might be able to make ideas like this work. And the point is, I mean, yeah, black doesn't have to take it, I suppose. Black can go here and let the knight in, and then perhaps try to trade that knight later. That is also an issue, right? That like maybe white's whole plan isn't super productive if black can just get rid of that knight. But it's something to think about. So he is thinking. Well, Gavrilescu Aronian is very solid for now. So what can I say? Aronian chose to not play the move d5 the way Anand did. He just went for d6, which is obviously a concession. And the only point of this move is to just not trade pieces, I mean, even though Gavrilescu lost quite badly, I mean, Aronian knows that, that's probably not going to be repeated. And so he's trying to deviate earlier. And white has this like kind of small space advantage, the way we're seeing also in the report Anand game. I have to confess that I've never felt very comfortable with this small space advantage. And not that I've actually played it a lot in my own games, but just in like analyzing it, it's like you have the space advantage, but it's so small and one pair of pieces has already been traded. So like, what are the plans in this position? You know, it's not easy to just like add in the F pawn and really make that be a productive move. So it's not as easy as it looks to play for white, even though white has that more space. So let's see how Gavrilescu handles it. He did play f4. Okay. Guess that was easy. Perhaps he wants to put the queen on f3, the bishop on d2 or e3, and the rook on a1, a1 to e1. That's probably the setup. So Aronian, a5. And by the way, yeah, Gavrilescu using a lot of time compared to Aronian. Okay, some prophylaxis with the king makes sense. Sure, bishop e3. Yeah, I mean, certainly this was an idea as well. Putting the queen on f3. And it's still a question like where you want to put this bishop. There's actually, I see an interesting idea that like at some point you might want to go b3, bishop b2. I think that bishop on the long diagonal would be quite interesting. Anyway, he chose that, fine. So we got a piece trade. No, I still like white. And, you know, I also like white because of this pawn. In the long run, that pawn on a5 is not so beautiful for black. It's actually quite bad for a lot of end games. You can imagine a king and pawn endgame, guys, where white, you know, plays b4, pawn breakthrough, creates a passed pawn. You can imagine a bishop endgame where this pawn will be difficult to protect. So I actually feel like Gavrilescu has handled this quite nicely. And Aronian has not, you know, been improving his position in the last moves, but he has been improving his position on the clock. So yeah, no, Gavrilescu is better. I mean, look at this, what is going on? You've got a dark squared bishop and you're putting all your pawns on dark squares. Not a great sign for Aronian. Bishop f2, sure. I mean, you know, some bishop h4 ideas. Very understandable. And c6. Okay, well, and here we are in the current position. So it doesn't look terrible for Aronian because white still has to figure out what to do with all of this. It looks nice, right? But you still got to do something with it. And I suppose, well, a constant idea on the board is like, can black ever get that move in? He would like to, but it's not so simple. And it's not so simple because, well, for a lot of reasons. I suppose one of the most obvious ones is that white can just advance and probably get a very effective pawn majority over there on the king side. So what else? What can white come up with here? Yeah, this is what I mean, where like you kind of get stuck a little bit, right? You put your pawns, but this isn't really an idea. Why isn't it an idea? I mean, first of all, we don't want a queen trade, I think. Yeah, we don't. Oh, wait, it just happened on the board. Just as I'm saying. I'm like, you don't want a queen trade, right? And I'm like, oh, these moves have been played. Okay. Yeah. So look, guys, you got to be careful with trading off your space advantage. Obviously, this is a stronger pawn than the d6 pawn. So yes, you're breaking up black's pawns, but you're also giving their knight the d5 square. So I'm not convinced by this in a kind of dynamic way at all that you're going to be able to make this worth it. Yeah, like let's say even like rook takes here. And for example, you know, if you take with the f pawn, like something like this, and you know, white has damage to their pawn structure too, right? With that isolated e5 pawn. And he took with the bishop. Yeah, that is maybe even better. so that on rook takes e5, you get a trade of rooks before going knight d5, or possibly even knight d7. I wouldn't consider that out of the equation at all. Like, where should this knight go? You actually have a lot of squares to choose from, right? You can d7. Oh, maybe d7 is bad. Yeah, because I can trade bishops and go rook d1. Yeah, let's not do that. We don't want to self pin. Every time I see a pin like that, I get very nervous, right? No one wants to be stuck in this situation. So that's the one place you don't want to put your knight. But you can definitely put it on d5 very safely, or g4. So I think something kind of instructive has happened. And that was a pretty big positional mistake by David Gavrilescu to take that space advantage and just kind of rush forward and trade it off. And that's, by the way, a very common mistake, right? Is that space is a tricky thing to handle. And you do want to, advance your pawns, but unfortunately, this move is not really like advancing your pawns. It's basically just initiating a bunch of forced trades that not clear how this helps you, right? It sort of frees up black's pieces. I mean, black wasn't really very free in this position. This knight didn't have that many places to go. So you could have been like more patient. Like, yeah, actually a nice patient move could have been something like b3, simply solidifying the pawn structure and waiting for black to do something, right? Helpful move, because we kind of know that pawn can get attacked on the b file at any point. So just defend it and wait to see what they do. And don't be in a rush. Now, I don't know, there could be like some very nice ideas. First of all, maybe move your queen. Yeah, move your queen out of the d file. If you're so keen on this idea, at least move the queen out so you don't get a queen trade, right? Now I can see that e5 is an idea worth considering for white. I would also, by the way, I mean, this is probably a bit too extravagant, isn't it? Like in Sicilian style. Yeah, I don't think so, but you can keep that in mind. Yeah, so no, I am a little sad for white's position that white just kind of rushed forward, initiated that queen trade. Isn't that boring? And now what do we got? Like a bunch of trades. And he did choose g4 for the knight. Okay, so he wanted to attack this pawn. Yeah, oh, okay. I mean, black's pawn structure, of course, is not very pretty over here. So I think that will always give white, something to play against. He probably will go like bishop g3, because right now his bishop's under attack. And he doesn't want to trade it, which would only improve black's rook. Anyway, yeah, I've been on this game for a while, haven't I, guys? Now, I mean, it's been interesting, but there are more interesting games. Wow, Duda Korobov has gotten really interesting. And Report versus Anand. Okay, quickly, let's check in there. Okay, I'm going to try to go quickly through all the games now, guys. So after Report moved the knight to b3, Vishy played bishop f8, and then he did play d5, e5, knight. Where's the knight supposed to go? d4 probably, right? There's, oh, wow, no. There were some, actually, Anand had all calculated, because otherwise allowing this move wouldn't have been that great, but he had this move planned. Very cool. Threatening the pawn with the bishop. And then going knight e4, no, then going d4. Wow, really nice play by Anand. Look at that dynamic play. It's like his pieces are attacked and he doesn't even move them away, right? I mean, that was definitely an option for him. Just d4. Pawn takes on what? Like, are you gonna take it on c3, I guess? Yeah, I think he will. If white takes, then we just take. And this works out well for black, because black has beautiful active pieces. I mean, it is, complicated with lots of captures possible, but it's all good for black. So the knight moved away. knight d7. Sacks a pawn. Yeah, this was a big moment. He had a lot of choices here, and there was apparently some very interesting move with d3. Wow. And if you take, I guess like pawn takes, wow, no, knight takes c2. Okay, so Anand had some crazy options here. But he finally, slowed down the tempo of his aggressive play and just retreated the knight. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. This pawn was hanging, so I understand. He protected the knight and the pawn. And sacks the one on b7, but he probably, if the bishop moves back, there's going to be tactics on this pawn and then on the knight on b3. So Report tried to keep the bishop there. And now Anand is thinking. And he has a lot of compensation here for the pawn because the bishop on f5 and the knight on b4 are really like star pieces. Center is good. But what exactly is he going to do next? I mean, he can't really push anything, right? Actually, he can. He can push this one. I guess you always got to look at your pawns to see which one can go forward. Interesting. He can go there. That's a big consideration. Or he can actually try to break up white's pawns with f6. No, that's a really, I actually like f6. I think that's a very, very logical human type of move, chipping away at white center. And it doesn't really require a lot of heavy, deep calculation. So I would, if I have to put I was gonna say, I have to put a $1 on it, I would guess f6, but guess what? He did not do it. He went with the pawn move, d3. We also mentioned that one. Okay. That's more specific. I guess the idea is, I'm just going to throw out my ideas here, guys. Like if knight takes, something like c4 must be the point, right? And support the knights, like attack the knight on b3. That seems pretty reasonable. There also is this pawn here that you can consider taking, but there's some kind of tactic on your knight. So you got to be careful about that. Anyway, we're going to come back to this game. It's definitely really interesting, guys. And out of all the other games, which one do I consider the most interesting? Yeah, Duda, definitely. Definitely, without a question. I mean, look, this is pretty crazy. It's a King's Indian. Korobov chose that opening against Duda's d4. And Duda went for this h3 line with g4. Very, it seems strange to be pushing these pawns early in the opening, guys, but in the King's Indian, when the center is closed, this kind of play is very standard. And that's the key word, center is closed. And that's why you can afford to play on the side of the board. And very often you even have a plan of marching up the H pawn. But the real point of this is prophylactic. It's often interpreted as a very aggressive move, but the main point of this move is to actually make it harder for Black to play f5. And because that's going to entail opening up the G file and White getting an attack on the Black king. So it's a prophylactic move, but it can be also an attacking move. So let's see how this worked out. Knight f3, knight c5, knight d2, right? So c6, typical move. We saw Richard Report do that kind of move against Wesley So, just a little, playing on the queen side to make sure it's not so easy for White to castle that way, that he has to worry about that a little bit. So far looks normal. So with this move, what does White say? White is actually showing the intention to go for h4, h5, I think. Because there's no other reason you would kick away the knight unless you wanted to go h4. Yeah. All right, still very typical stuff. Black wants to go and trap that bishop into that trade. So White probably did not allow that. Oh, he did. Okay. That is interesting. That's actually a very interesting move. So I would say f4. Well, f4 would be the move I would look at, right? And I think we can figure out why it's not very good. And it's not very good, I think, because his bishop gets kind of buried. I don't know. I was going to say this bothers me a bit to have that bishop completely buried on h8. Never coming out. I mean, yeah, white has the positionally the advantage here, and I didn't even choose the best moves for white. I just kind of chose some moves, but there's another move here which is really interesting is this move. Positionally, of course, we want to trade off the bad light squared bishop that has all these pawns in the same color, but I was a little concerned that, you know, that is a pawn sack. But, you know, now that I look at it, number one, that pawn is hanging, so we can always get a pawn back. Number two, yeah, this is a positional dream for white, isn't it? That's, look at this. We're going to castle queenside, go rook g1. And does it really matter that we're down a pawn here? I don't think so. We're just attacking. All right, so now after h5, black did not go f4. Black played a3. Okay, well, b3 is going to happen, right? Or b4. I don't know which one. Oh, neither. Okay. I was going for the, you know, regular answers, but Mr. Duda really surprises here with the move h6, intermediate move. Saying, okay, if you take my pawn, I take your bishop. You take my rook, I take your rook, I get more. So you have to move back. Okay. And then he goes rook b1. That surprises me too. I can't guess any moves here. I mean, like, doesn't go for the obvious pawn moves. Why would you want the queen side to be opened? I don't know. Like, why would you want black's rook to open up like that? Okay, but I don't know. A takes b2 didn't happen. Knight takes. Yeah, I'm not in love with that move by Korobov, because honestly, the moment I see a knight on e4 in these positions, I mean, I'm quite happy for white. It's where the knight usually dreams of going, and I don't think it's that big of a deal that you can pin me. Actually, I have a lot of nice moves here. One of them is the very simple f3, I think. f3. There's also bishop d3. I wanted to show you guys a cool idea on f3, which, yeah, I mean, I see now the computer agrees, but this is my idea, it was my own. And I wouldn't even say it's my own, because it's been played by so many good players in the past that it's not really my idea. I'm just borrowing it. But the idea I wanted to show you was that things are looking kind of bad for black, right? The bishop is dead. You can't take the pawn. The knight is on the back rank. Like, white's got the space, the bishop pair, and they're about to come in and just kind of kill you on the light squares. And then, do you guys know what's coming? How's my chat here? Anyone want to make a guess as to what black will do in this position? It's a very typical King's Indian idea. And yeah, it's certainly been played by in some famous games, I'm sure, by, you know, by the classical legendary players. And the move is rook f4. Yeah, very good, Miles Things, you got it. And rook f4, exchange sack. And black loves that exchange sack in the King's Indian. Why? Because it allows him to open up the bishop on h8. And also, it's quite an annoying rook, isn't it? It threatens our pawn. If you take, I mean, I'm not saying white's like losing here, but in fact, it's a big problem because this is hanging and the bishop has enormous power on this diagonal. So white should be very careful about taking that material, because White doesn't really have any good pieces left here. Anyway, I wanted to just show you that idea, super typical. So that's not what happened though. White played b4. So now white decides to close up the a file. Not in a rush to take this pawn. All right. Whoa, rook f4 happened. You see, guys, it's so typical that it can happen at any moment. Korobov decides to sack the exchange to open up that bishop, but guess what? Duda is not interested. Yeah, not a surprise, is it? Because this bishop, we like him nice and contained on h8, to put it nicely. And queen g5. So in a way, Korobov looks like he's making some progress on the king side, but unfortunately, I guess this part of the board has been left completely on its own, and there will be some collapse over there. Yeah, that's the collapse of the d6 pawn. Bishop d7, and let's see, b5, right? So he's trying to get the queen in, and looks like Duda is going to take this game. I mean, honestly, he has a lot more time, but the position is just dominating. Okay, and I think just rook f1, right? It's a simple move, although there's other ways to protect the rook. You can go with, like, let's say a check, and then just king d2. You can totally do that and use the rooks to protect each other. So Duda is winning. How are our other games? So Reports versus Anand. Yes, it's heating up. After CD. No, he didn't go CD. He went C4. Okay, and that means that black is keeping, well, kind of an unusual pass pawn all the way on D3. And I mean, 2 knights on the side of the board. It's a rare sight. Knight here. I guess the knight is trying to, I don't know, he's not really threatening that move, but I guess he can hope. Okay. Oh, I mean, it looks comfortable for Anand, right? Looks comfortable, like with such a pawn on D3. It's not like white's pieces. I mean, okay, white is like dreaming, maybe put the bishop out, and then you have to worry about knight C2. I mean, so I don't really like Report's position, and I feel like Anand has played a great game so far. He's keeping up on the clock. He's a little bit ahead. Yeah, I'm excited about this one. Wojtaszek versus Wesley So is, like I said, too solid, right? You know, remember I looked at this position around here and I was like, it's very solid for black, you know, with this square for the knight. So I don't predict that Wojtaszek can really do anything against Wesley here, and it pretty much played out like that. I mean, they played some moves, but okay, black eventually broke in the center. That allowed him to trade a bunch of pieces. And this game is just heading towards its natural destination. Although I found this move to be a bit weird, I'll be honest. Like, why? I loved the pawn chain, but I guess he didn't like that the queen was a little bit like overloaded. She was still handling this okay, so it seemed like a bit strange, but okay. I mean, the idea is just to, I don't know, what is the idea? It's not a bad move. I just don't know what the idea of it is. That's the last move he played, yeah? Okay. Yeah, who knows what this is about, but I still think it's in the realm of a draw. So then we got Duda is still thinking about how to protect his rook. Gavrilescu. Oh yes, let's take a look. How's he doing? So he did not protect the e5 pawn. He went bishop f2, knight f2. Okay, and probably bishop c7. No, rook b8, c4 maybe somewhere. Yeah. So basically, black didn't really try to win this pawn. He tried to break the queen side apart and like invade on the b file. Yeah, black doesn't want to trade. He wants to blockade the pawn with a king and then eventually win it. And you know, and then he will have some chances to win, right? And actually bishop e5, major idea, right? Beautiful outpost square for the bishop. And yeah, the knights cannot move for now to go to e4 as it would like because of rook b1. So right now things are looking really bad and Gavrilescu has no time. 20 seconds against 21 minutes. That's not a situation you want to be in against Aronian. Okay, he didn't put the bishop on e5. Interesting. I wonder what was wrong with that. I mean, nothing was really wrong with that. I mean, why would play knight e4? But you could do it. Okay, f5. King g2. So attacking some pawns. Rook c4 probably. Yeah. Tough. Well, white is, I mean, what can I say? That e5 move was just that e5 move that Gavrilescu played was a big mistake. So now he's in big trouble. He's barely holding on to his pieces here. I mean, like, look, I mean, a4 is hanging, c2 is hanging. And the reason he didn't take anything, or he didn't, like, let's say he didn't take on c2 is because of course he doesn't want to let the knight in to take that pawn. So he just overprotects it. Really solid move. Pawn chains are really nice. And now he can just take the e6 pawn for free. So black's already up a pawn, up a ton of time. I guess it's going to be a second pawn on a4. I mean, he still has bishop versus knight. And tough. Yeah, not his game. Okay, this is the current position, and I guess black will take this one ultimately. All right, Caruana, Shevchenko. We checked it out back here where Fabi was thinking. I was wondering if he would play the move knight to a4. Really interesting kind of pawn sack, but he did not. He went knight e5, knight c6, bishop b2. So there was some development. Now we got some sort of hanging pawn structure. Right here is what I'm talking about, the hanging pawns. That's what we call those pawns. Bishop d2. Sorry for the ambulance, guys. Queen e5, knight a4, bishop d6. Okay, checkmate threat. Oh, I don't really like this too much. Really? He felt like he had to go, well, yeah, he didn't really have a good way to defend mate. Because if he goes g3, the h3 pawn hangs. So he went for this kind of out of necessity. But as you probably understand why I don't like this move so much, and it's because look at that gaping hole on e4, ready-made outpost for the knight, backwards pawn on e3. I mean, black's pawn structure just looks more solid to me. So I'm not a fan. I mean, this looks awful. Like rook f3. I mean, it's not like, you know, we're not doing a rook lift for an attack here, right? So this must be like a purely defensive move. Wow. You know, guys, this is a sign that something is going really wrong for Fabi, because like the whole point of this move is to protect the pawn, and what? I don't know. Strategically, this is completely not gone well. I see he has more time on the clock, so that's a good thing for him. So black is everything, moving the center pawns. I just don't know what white can play for here, but okay. Maybe he can. We know he's a good defender. Bobby's very resilient, but his position here is just like, ooh, not good. Bad bishop, backwards pawn, rooks aren't really working together. You can never really capture the bishop because the knight will come in. So yeah, not a lot of fun. I suppose if black takes the bishop, I mean, if I were white, I would seriously consider taking with a pawn just to get some control over the e4 square. You know, normally you don't, and that's what he did. Yeah, that's right. I mean, gotta control that outpost. Now I see some hope for whites. I mean, the problem is all your play on the G file is going to run into G6. So it's not a ton of play. And your weak king is still an issue, right, on G1. So I would say this is a real chance for Shevchenko. But he has half the time that Fabi does. And that's going to be an issue for him. Now, of course, white's dream is bishop c3, right? Like, definitely wants to put the bishop there. Unless he runs into d4, right? That's the big question. It's maybe not such a dream if you're running into d4, but in general, you want your bishop there. Yeah. So this is so cruel considering this IM is only very slightly behind the GMs in this tournament, but still no wins. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would say, like, I think he had a great chance, Juho, like in the previous round against Kirill Shevchenko. Gavrilescu did. But a couple of his games, like against Anand, and also I would say even more against Aronian in this game, I feel like here he's shown really like there is a difference in the level, right? Because what I really wasn't so keen on, as I made clear, I think, was how he like pushed this pawn. And he had a perfectly nice position here. He still had lots of time, nice position, space advantage, and he basically like gave all of it up and with one move. And that was a move, you know, it's like, it's not even like, I don't think he blundered anything in terms of calculation. Like there wasn't very difficult calculation on that. It just wasn't a very good idea. So, so that lets me know that, yeah, he's definitely got some work to do, you know, to be able to compete with the guys at this super high level. And it's tough. Yeah, it is tough to watch sometimes, you know, when person loses so many games. But it's a good learning experience, right? It is a special experience to play against the best players in the world. So is black's knight on h5 not bad potentially? Asks Juho. And I guess you're asking me, I wonder about which game. I wonder, you were asking me about, probably about Caruana's game. Yes, you're asking me about, is this move an idea, right? It is definitely an idea. Yeah, you're trying to win a pawn on h3. I would say yes, idea. It is. You know, you don't want to be too greedy grabbing those pawns. That's another thing I would say. But it is something to keep an eye on. So Fabi goes e4. He's trying to break out of this terrible position, get at least some counterplay. I mean, I like that move because you got to try to mess things up when things are not going well for you. So now let's take a look at this. This is some kind of tactic where black can try to win a pawn with rook d2. Actually, I don't feel like he's going to go for something like this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like he will try to find something better than this type of potential endgame on the board. He's thinking, I guess we should go back to report Anand. Yeah, honestly, that game contains a lot of excitement. So Duda already won and Gavrilescu already lost. 2 games are done, but a lot of excitement here. So there was a trade of knights. Bishop went back to d7. Okay, queen went back, rook e6. What does Anand want with this move? Kind of curious. Where's the rook supposed to go? Like g6 or b6? Okay, I admit the move rook e6 is a bit of a mystery to me, guys. Like, I cannot say I really understand where this rook is going or why she's there blocking the bishop. Bishop d2. No, oh, that's why she's there. She wanted to attack the pawn on a6. Got it. Knight a6. Oh, but it's kind of risky. You know what is sad? I feel like, the knight and the bishop were our best pieces on f5 and b4, and now we've actually lost them both. And I definitely feel like this is not going in the right way. So I can see report 100% going on to win this game, because right now he is threatening simply to win the pawn with a great position. And on bishop f5, there's actually like stuff like g4 hanging around. So that's why the knight went to protect. Well, what's a good move? And now f5, right? And that is almost our current position, but not quite. Wow. Look at those pawns. Guys, if this doesn't win you a chess game, what is going to win you a chess game? Okay, bishop b5, only move, right? Protecting the pawn and attacking d5. Okay, so I can see, it's not so simple. And I suppose d6 is a move, and he played queen f3. That's also good. Yeah, those pawns are monstrous. King h1, okay, because there was some kind of bishop c5 on the horizon. So getting out of that. f6. Pawn takes. I guess I don't know, he decided not to just advance because I guess he thought the pawns would be blocked and he rather would attack black's king. Got it. So, and now Anand is thinking. Yeah, Anand is thinking. So basically we got 3 games left, but 2 of them are interesting. Fabi versus Shevchenko and Report versus Anand. And now if they take, yeah, he's completely right to take with the rook, because taking with the pawn, there was some kind of trick with like knight takes c4 and queen g4 double attack, winning a really important pawn and probably winning a second one on d3. And so he's right to take with the rook, kind of desperate, but also necessary. So this game is not as over as a Report would like it, but it is better for him. It is better. But if he takes the rook, I mean, the queen comes out. Queen was pretty well placed on f6. He didn't take it. He played knight c6, forcing black to take. Now he has a strong pawn on c6. He's threatening maybe rook a7 and c7. And of course, at some point, he also wants to just, take this rook finally. So the rook moves away, and here we are in our current position. So it's exciting. He definitely is putting pressure on Anand here, and his bishop on c3 is quite strong. What to do? Maybe start attacking these pawns, right? Like queen e4. Actually, I like it because the strength of black's positions are those 2 pawns. And he did start attacking, but in a different way. Rook a4. Okay. All right, that makes sense. How does black defend it? Well, the answer is he doesn't. There is no way to defend the pawn. So I like white. I mean, if white wins the pawn and he's going to be up a pawn plus, helping support that, plus threatening rook d4 to d3. I mean, I think Anand, he has to find rook b5 here, trying to attack f5. And is that an issue? Like if I take the pawn and you take my pawn, do I now have to sack my queen? And what's the valuation here? You go d2, so it's a crazy line. You're trying to queen. I got to give up my bishop. Wow. It's like, now I can't queen because you're threatening me with mate on the back rank. And it kind of looks not so bad for white, but black is able to go here and get into some kind of drawn scenario. I know I'm showing you a really long line, guys, but it actually might happen. It's a pretty key line. And he did find rook b5, right? He found rook b5, and that's why all this position might happen, but report will probably not take on c4, right? Although I can tell you, like, it was tempting. Like, I can't say that this line was not tempting at all for white. Like, it's very principled, you know, rook c4 and getting 2 rooks for the queen. It looks like it could be good for white. You got to calculate all of it because white could be just winning here, right? But probably he will realize that it's not. And that's my guess, that he will find something else, like some kind of f6 move to protect f5, or maybe queen e4. Queen e4 is also interesting. He played f6. All right, so he went for f6. Let's see if I can get that on the board, f6. And Anand went rook c5. So let me see if I can, there we go. That's the current position, rook c5. You know, he's doing his best. Yeah, that was really nice by Anand. I mean, the rook lift from the 5th rank to c5 to guard c4, attack c6, queen g4. Yeah. All right, shall we take a look? I don't know, guys. Should we watch the Fabi game at all? Which one are you more interested in? Let me know in the chat. If you want me to take a look at the Fabi game, we can go there. But this is definitely the game for the, you know, between the top 2 players in this tournament. And Fabi is like surviving. He's surviving. h5. That allows the queen to go to g6. I'm not really sure why he did that. I guess. What were we threatening here? Were we threatening to take? I mean, I guess we were. And that was the issue, that this was a seemingly very annoying move after queen g4. And yeah, not easy to defend against f takes g7. And then, you know, like as an example, like, I don't know, like this looks extremely scary for black. I mean, you have to basically put your king on f8 and hope that queen g7 is not some kind of a mate or winning some material. Or bishop b4 is also an idea. Wow, report already won. Amazing. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. h5, queen e6. And he blundered here. Oh, he blundered queen f7. Wow. That's such a beautiful tactic and such a nice finish to like a great game. Sacrificing the queen for a discovered check. And it was the final move because of king takes. I mean, you're winning all of black's pieces and you're going to be up like a bishop, right? So something like that. Like that. Oh, and not only, that's not why he resigned. He might have played on, but in the end is also that pin and you're going to get the rook. Okay, that was the end. All right, so I got to tell you guys, like if Richard Report had beaten Wesley So the way he should have, I mean, he could have been in first place in the rapid portion. He really plays well. I mean, but this game, I have to tell you, like, I also feel like Anand played well for a large part of it. Like there was a certain point that he was just, you know, bringing the goods in this game, really active, dynamic play. But somewhere he like lost it, right? Like somewhere he started, like things were looking really quite nice for him around the time that he had that pawn on d3, right? Like everything's good. But then somehow the pieces started going back. The rook got awkward. He went for some side pawn that wasn't that productive, and white's pieces just kind of like got better and better. But let's go to Fabi's game. We can always do a review of this later. Fabi played e4 and knight h5 happened, f5, okay. Fabi has 20 seconds. They don't have a lot of time. Current position. All right, so current position, Fabi is down a pawn. And his opponent has less than 10 seconds to figure all of this out. Like, at least he has good centralization, right? White does. So knight e7, there's rook takes e7, wins for black. Almost felt like it was winning for white, but it doesn't. And now what to do? Rook c6, try to win a pawn back. Pretty good idea. I mean, okay, he played king g2. Oh, I don't know if I like that. Is there like a rook b7? Is there a rook b7 trying to like just win the pawn with check? I would certainly look at that if I were black, but it seems not the best move according to the computer, but it's sort of like the most obvious for a human. He played c4. Okay. Makes sense. I mean, if he wants to like later on win this pawn, it's nice to have the c pawn further along. Yeah, rook b7, there's rook a6 now with a tempo on the bishop. It's kind of hard to find a move. He found one attacking the knight. Where is Fabi going to move this knight? Scary. Scary, moving it to the same diagonal as the king. Lucky for him that there's no bishop c7 yet, but I wouldn't feel so comfortable. Okay, king f7, f4, fine. Yeah, Fabi's holding on for his life. I mean, this is not great for him. He's down a pawn, it's bishop versus knight, and barely hanging in there, and we're playing on seconds. Let's see how he can pull this off. Rook b7, yeah, okay. His opponent, Kirill, is doing very well. I like what he's done. Managed to activate the rook without trading off any pawns. I think rook, I don't know, rook b2 looks pretty good to me. I guess rook b3 is also really interesting because you can go bishop b6 next. Yeah, I don't know if there was a huge point to that one, but I guess rook a5, and then he's going to take something, or maybe go rook b3. I mean, he's still up a pawn, but after rook b2, oh, he went rook b3. Okay. So he wants bishop d4, but maybe white can take on a6. Nope, he didn't. Okay. He went king e4 out of the pin. Rook b4 is threatening c3. I guess he wants to take b2 with the bishop. Bobby's thinking. Yeah, you don't want to let this happen. And then that. Okay, so now, you know, if you take with the bishop, yes, you'll be able to push your pawn, but then your pawn gets kind of stuck and your bishop's not amazing. So that's not ideal. If you take on b2, after knight c4, is that what happened? No, he played bishop d4, okay. Tricky. He wants to go here on rook a6. And what's Fabi gonna do? Fabi played knight f5. All right, so now perhaps take. I suppose you will take. I mean, what else can you really do? That's been the whole point, to win that pawn. The time control is 25 minutes plus 10-second increment. Thank you, Brilliant Spec. Have a good afternoon, and glad to see you guys here. So yeah, they're getting 10 seconds per move, which is why, you know, they're able to maintain a pretty decent quality so far. Rook b3, king e4. So Does black want to try to win the pawn on h3? So king e4 happened. Bishop finally took the pawn. White gave a check. He's going to try to win the pawn on c4. He's going to lose the pawn on h3. I mean, he's still suffering. Yeah. Still work to do. So where is this king supposed to go? I guess king e7. Yeah, that's what he did. And now, yeah, I mean, I would say Fabi's getting close to that draw. He is. Yeah, and I would say there it is. Like, he'll take the pawn, give up the pawn on h3. He didn't want to do that. Okay, it's clever, because black is actually going to lose his pawn anyway. And you can't go back to b6 to guard it because of knight d5, which means that white's going to win it back, and it's just going to be 2-on-2. Great defense by Fabi. So remember, I told you guys, I was like, I really don't like his position, but he's a very good defender. He's very resilient like that. He can definitely handle himself in a lot of bad positions, and I've just seen him do it again and again, right? Which is why I had some confidence. I had confidence in him, not in his position. And he pulls it off again. So now king e4. I think that's what happened. It was a check, back, and then he will go back, and now they're repeating. Yeah, they're repeating, and it's heading towards a draw. And then we're going to wrap up the day's events, and I will let you guys, go and watch chess.com, rapid championship soon. So the game is over, guys. We're going to take a very short 1-minute break, and then we're going to be back to talk about what happened today. And I'll see you on the other side of the break.
It's time to take your SEO, that's search engine optimization for those who don't speak internet, to the next level with SEO Crawl. Their tools combine robust dashboards with automated tools that are proven to improve your organic results. Chess.com went from 10 million to 18 million organic search results a month in just 2 years after working with David and the team at SEO Crawl. I cannot recommend them enough. They right now have free enterprise accounts just for signing up for a demo session. Use the command SEO Crawl in chat and check them out today.
The I Am Not a GM match between Justice Williams and Danny Rensch is this Monday at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that's in 2 days, guys. Tune in for all the action right here on chess.com, and visit go.chess.com/IMSCC2022 for more info. And that's a really interesting matchup, guys. I think that's like a highlight. We're going to be seeing Danny Rensch, one of the top honchos at chess.com, one of my favorite commentators, taking part in this match. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Danny and will be rooting him on. And he's playing Justice Williams, one of the top young players from New York, became an IM 7 years ago. I remember Justice from when he was like a little kid, and he became a very good player. And I think he just recently graduated college. So the years go by fast. And then we would like to tell you about the 2022 Candidates Tournament that is coming up in just under a month, guys, in Madrid, Spain. So chess.com's coverage of the candidates is going to start next month. It's the second half of June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and the rest of the top players in the world battle for their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title. The exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com. So guys, what happened today at the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland? Well, we just finished the rapid parts of the event. It was 3 days of rapid chess, 9 games in total, 3 per day. And it was won by none other than the multiple time world champion from India, Vishy Anand, 52 years old. Amazing. He's not, not close to retiring. It seems like really nice to see someone still playing at this top level who is, past, we would say probably past the prime at this point of, your playing career, but still, I mean, we know Victor Korchnoi had a very long career and was still beating 2,700 players in his 70s. So I'm really happy for Anand personally. I like to see, the people who've been around for so long just continue to do well and show that age is not a barrier. And he did have this very exciting last round matchup against Richard Rapport, who I would say was very worthy a second place finisher. I mean, just from what I saw today, he really played some great chess, lost a very sad game to Wesley So, and even despite that, managed to finish in clear second place in the rapid. Jan Krzysztof Duda, also the top player from Poland, had a great rapid tournament, finishing in clear third place. So everything was quite clear. And look at that, 3 Americans in a row, 11 points, 10 and 9, from place 4 to 6. And we've got 2 more days of this event. The Blitz chess is coming up tomorrow. Let's talk about the schedule. So that is May 22nd on Sunday. They're going to be playing 18 rounds of Blitz over 2 days. So that's 9 games per day. Apparently there's even going to be a playoff if there is a tie. So Anand is in a good position, but he hasn't won the event yet, right? So it depends on how he does in the Blitz. It's going to be a cumulative score. The rapid was weighed a bit more in terms of points, but there's so many games left to play. You really don't know who's going to take the overall event. And just to remind you, actually Vishy Anand became the world rapid champion in 2017. So that was, he's a strong rapid player. It's not a shock to see him doing well here, but still the age does always make it, a little bit surprising, right? So I think he has inspired a lot of people watching him with his results. And I guess we will be letting you guys go enjoy your beautiful Saturday afternoon. Thanks for joining me and Ketty here for the commentary of the 3rd day of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow with Ketty and on Monday with David. Have a good afternoon, guys.